Oh, McCurdy, we didn't get your doom.
Oh, you want my doom?
Just do it again real quick. Nobody's watching. Just got it. Okay.
Cool. You got that?
Boom.
Okay.
Check this out. This has been this. Oh, there was water in there. Oh my God. I'm already spilling and I haven't even started drinking except for the drinks I had earlier all day. Oh God. My keyboard. This is an old mug of mine.
Nice.
Yeah. It can.
It's
Do you
got
recognize
the Song
the
of Storm on that.
That's the Song of Storms.
Yeah. And that's the Song of Time.
Yeah. And then it's got
and
that.
Then the Master. Why would they put the Song of Storm on there?
So I designed this. And had some company, some internet company made it. God, dry off. I'm trying to dry a keyboard without ending the broadcast. Anyway, this has been in storage since before the show started. But now, here I am for the first time filling her up. The only other person on the planet that has one of these is Jeff Simpson, who nobody watching may recall, but he was with us on when we talked about, I think, Justice League.
Yeah.
And then he was in the first episode of Dr. No.
Yeah.
Which has a theme song now. I will be getting those out. At some point, I'm going to just cut maybe lyric videos out of those just to, just put them up on the channel because they're fun. And then someday McCurdy's going to get a bunch of babes and make music videos for both of them. Did you see? Nan said, "What's this? How dare you guys?" we wanted to do some kind of live stream before tomorrow because tomorrow is September 11th. No, tomorrow, Die Another Day is going to come out. Not so coincidentally on 9/11, but anyway. So we figured we would just want to get these finished talking about the books, which I very well may be completely useless at this point because I finished reading these, I think, in January, and we're almost done with 2022. So, but yeah, we left off on book 8, which what is book 8?
So Living Daylights.
No.
Not the Living Daylights. What was it?
The Hildebrand rarity.
For your eyes only.
Yeah. So the book 8 is so it's interesting. It's like I think it's like 7 books and then one of those compilation books, and then roughly another 7 books, and then another compilation.
Because if you remember,
collection of short stories.
If you remember, we talked to, and I think I may have talked about this in the last one, but if you remember when Fleming wrote Casino Royale in 1953, right? The year after 1954 was when the first like live version of James Bond with Jimmy Bond, who was the played by what's his name from The Shining, Barry Nelson. Remember?
Yeah,
we watched that. And
if you watched 001.5 or something, he called himself.
Was that what it was? I don't even remember him calling him that. But yeah, it was the television live movie for Climax.
He called himself that. You quoted him saying something like, somebody in an interview, they said, "What do you think of your time as 007?" He's like, "I wasn't 007. I was 00." Well, as Q puts it in Die Another Day, he's like 000, but.
Yeah, so that was, but then that year after, CBS, who did the television pilot, or it wasn't a pilot, sorry, it was Climax, but it was like live theater, basically. Yep. They were like, oh, well, we want to do a James Bond television show. And so he had written all these different stories. Well, those stories ended up becoming For Your Eyes Only. Because he was like, oh, we're going to make, and then he was like, he made that into the compilation that became that.
Yeah, and so the name of the book is For Your Eyes Only, but For Your Eyes Only is just one short story of about 5. And there's some, again, we talked previously about Quantum of Solace. That's one of them, and it's very odd. It's a very, very, it's very odd that it would be, included in the canon. Like it wasn't, it hardly makes sense that James Bond is attached to it, as opposed to Fleming just saying, "Oh, I wrote this thing. I think it was printed in maybe Playboy or something." They just put it out there, but don't have Bond attached to it because it's such an odd thing to include. But anyway, book 9 is Thunderball, and I don't think that there's any other housekeeping stuff. You want to get into it?
I mean, other than what we've talked about when we talked about the movie is that Fleming took the whole thing and was like, after he talked to Kevin McClory and Jack Winningham, and they got super drunk and probably wrote the story and were like, this thing called Spectre, and there's gonna be this NASA
Blofeld guy,
and but then he was like, well, they were gonna make it in a movie and it was gonna be latitude 80, I think it said 57, I think it was something like that.
Like longitude 58, something ridiculous,
and it was going to be the first Bond movie, and this was like in the 50s, late 50s, mid 50s maybe. And then he was like, Fleming's like, nah, I'm just gonna take it and turn it into a book. So he took the screenplay,
without telling them. He was just
telling them,
this would make a pretty good book. Thanks, suckers.
He turns it into the book, which you read, and once the book was released, Kevin McClory and Winningham had no idea, and they sued him. And then this is right around the time when Broccoli and Salzburg were coming to him with this idea for doing the Bond films. Salzman, sorry. And then they were like, what did I say? Salzburg? Salzburg. I don't know why I said Salzburg.
Whatever Jewish sounding name for a Hollywood producer.
Whatever. But anyway, they came. That was all around the same time.
Salzburg.
So that's all around the same time, and then this book. Yeah. But basically, I think Fleming got the rights to this book, and then McClory had the rights to Thunderball. Okay, how I think it landed.
Which I'm really looking forward to Never Say Never Again. Just because after this whole process, it'll be really interesting to, because I haven't seen that movie in 20 years, let alone after this whole thing. But real quick, there was a comment earlier today from a subscriber called Espy. Actually, I don't know if they're a subscriber, but Espy was watching the License to Kill episode and talking about how we mentioned that their idea might have been that after License to Kill, Bond would just go off and be a rogue agent for a couple movies. And he, in his comment, he just kind of talks about maybe what the timeline is there. Like maybe it's a bit of a fan theory. I don't know, but essentially the 9 years between the death of Alec Trevelyan and then Alec returning, that's where maybe the events of The Living Daylights happen and then License to Kill, so that his evaluation at the beginning of GoldenEye is to reinstate him. The purpose of it is to evaluate him for reinstatement as a 00 following License to Kill, which is interesting. But my reply to that was that this franchise overall, like speaking of what you just said, because Fleming's folly just threw a monkey wrench into the whole franchise for a long time. And right now, the franchise is kind of like Marvel before the MCU, before it was Marvel Studios making their movies, and it was just constant. It's just a mess, right? And now they're kind of absorbing all those titles by doing their universe or whatever, multiverse. But if they someday took this whole franchise and remade it essentially as one continuous thing, do all the novels in a row, essentially remake the whole thing and do it right, where you would actually have that Blofeld trilogy that would make sense, because, like they made You Only Live Twice before Tracy was even dead. And the whole, we talked about, people would say, oh, You Only Live Twice isn't that good of a book. It was one of my favorite books. Yeah. And because at the end of it, it deals with Blofeld and Bunt, so, excuse me.
Because
So if
I think
they,
even that was something we noticed was that like when we
where's
watched You Only
Bunt?
Live Twice, yeah, but Irma Bunt was like it was like between her and on Her Majesty's Secret Service, all those characters felt like the same version, like of some kind of version of Fiona from Thunderball, right?
Yeah.
Like they were all redheads, they were all like certain same hairstyle, so it seems obvious that they were trying to make a new version of each of those characters or that single character, but because they
Just
flipped
because
the
it
order.
worked. So we'll
Yeah.
just keep, yeah. And so if they at some point, once they like, okay, we own all the rights and there's nothing holding us back. Remake all of these. We'll always have these movies, but if you could make that, that their own continuous Daniel Craig self-contained, Daniel Craig style self-contained franchise of 14 movies or whatever, the shorts kind of mess it up, but where it
Yeah.
would all be kind of as Fleming himself envisioned it. I think that'd be really cool. And it almost seems inevitable because, every time
Hollywood's out of ideas.
yeah, exactly.
You
So
know.
you might as well start back at the beginning. What's up, Qwerty? So anyway, let's just let's get into it. Let's pull out the
Sure.
Thunderball quote. And again, this is after months and months of like I don't remember. I have so many these are just what I highlighted reading the novels. I don't remember anything. There's been a lot of whiskey since since we even did the last video. So we'll see how in the dark I am. Anyway, from the first chapter of Thunderball, again, Bond dabbed with the bloodstained styptic? What's a styptic pencil? With the bloodstained styptic pencil at the cut on his chin, and despised the face that stared sullenly back at him from the mirror above the wash basin. Stupid, ignorant bastard! It all came from having nothing to do. More than a month of paperwork, ticking off his number on stupid dockets, scribbling minutes that got spikier as the weeks passed, and snapping back down the telephone when some harmless section officer tried to argue with him. And then his secretary had gone down with the flu, and he had been given a silly and worse, ugly bitch from the pool who called him sir and spoke to him primly through a mouthful of fruit stones. And now it was another Monday morning. Another week was beginning. The May rain thrashed at the windows. Bond swallowed down 2 Fenzics and reached for the Enos. I don't know what either of those last 2 things are, but Bond's like usually self-medicating to get through things. But this is Bond. Again, we talked in, I think, the first episode about how you never really get just a James Bond day-to-day. James Bond doing paperwork. You never get that. And he kind of, at the beginning, I remember at the beginning of Thunderball, the reason why he goes to shrublands is because he's just kind of out of shape. And he's just kind of a mess. And M is suddenly on this health kick. And he's like, I got to get everybody to shrublands to, whip them back into shape. But Bond is he's pissed off that he has an ugly secretary and he just wants to have something happen, but, and, oh, wow. Huge spider. Hang on. Wow. This is what I live in now.
Hey, we're not at You Only Live Twice.
Ki! What?
I said we're not at You Only Live Twice.
What do you mean?
Remember he has the poison spiders that come?
Oh.
Which one was that? That wasn't that one. That was that Thunderball?
Oh, are you talking about Dr. No? Where he fights
That was Dr.
tarantulas?
No. Yeah.
That is still, I will never forget the crawling through the tunnels of Dr. No. Nan said, quick, get the bug assault. Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, we talked about how we were maybe thinking tonight we would raffle one off. We're maybe going to do that closer to the casino episode because it would make sense to maybe do a little gambling to see who. We'll do like for anybody who's a member, we'll raffle off a gold salt gun, as in a yellow salt gun, just for fun. But
what What do you mean? Well,
Yeah,
just why don't
Nance.
we like make the
It's
gold
around
salt
here
salt gun?
somewhere. Huh?
Let's just make it into a gold salt gun.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want somebody to spray paint my salt gun. I'd be like, God, it's flaking all over the place now. Every time I shoot something, you know.
Yeah, but we get a little nice case for it, you know.
If you want to make a golden case for it,
A golden case.
I'm for it. Okay. M gave Bond a careful, appraising glance. So yeah, this is like he calls Bond in right after what I just read, and this is where he's like, "You're gonna start eating kale and drinking health smoothies." M gave Bond a careful, appraising glance. He held the paper close to his eyes. This officer, he read, remains basically physically sound. Unfortunately, his mode of life is not such as is likely to allow him to remain in this happy state. Despite many previous warnings, he admits to smoking 60 cigarettes a day. He's talking about Bond, of course. These are of a Balkan mixture with a These are of a Balkan mixture with a higher nicotine content than the cheaper varieties. When not engaged upon strenuous duty, the officer's average daily consumption of alcohol. Just a quick sip. The officer's daily consumption of alcohol is in the region of half a bottle of spirits of between 60 and 70 proof. On examination, there continues to be little definite sign of deterioration. The tongue is furred, the blood pressure a little raised at 160/90. The liver is not palpable. On the other hand, when pressed, the officer admits to frequent occipital headaches, and there is spasm in the trapezius muscles, and so-called fibrositis nodules can be felt. I believe these symptoms to be due to this officer's mode of life. So, like we mentioned in the how in Die Another Day, they're like, yeah, liver not too good. Like it's hilarious to 60 cigarettes a day and just constantly drinking, and then probably more so when he's not on the job. Like he just constantly. It reminds me of the that idea of, I can't remember who would say this, but it was like, why did the Scots start drinking so much? It's like, well, because they were always at war, and once there was no more war, they had to create a war in themselves.
Oh my God!
It just makes sense. Okay,
It blows my mind. Yeah.
This comes from chapter 2, which is called Troublin'. So, to play with the comb, Bond guess was to assert to Bond that the driver was really only taking him and his money as a favor. It was typical of the cheap self-assertiveness of young labor since the war. This youth, thought Bond, makes about 20 pounds a week, despises his parents, and would like to be Tommy Steele. It's not his fault. He was born into the buyer's market of the welfare state and into the age of atomic bombs and space flight. For him, life is easy and meaningless. Bond said, "How far is it to Shrublands?" So it's like he found himself a beatnik or something, driving his cab.
It's so funny because it's like, even I always find this fascinating. It doesn't matter what era you grow up in, right? There's always some kind of, I think at least our generation, we romanticized hippies. I just find it fascinating. It doesn't matter what era you grow up in, there's always going to be some kind of like anti-establishment group.
There's this desire to go against the grain.
Yeah. So there always will be somebody, whether it's the beatniks, the hippies, hipsters, punks, whatever it is. You know what I mean? I just find that, I find that fascinating. That's
the thing, is they like, the hippies grew up and eventually maybe got these corporate jobs, and then they have been romanticized, and then you look at the aftermath of any given festival, and it's just a pile of garbage. They just leave behind a pile of garbage, and it's like, they're romanticized as being these lovers of everything, but really they're just a bunch of assholes. So I'm with Bond. Bond had the most selfish car in England. Pay attention, Nance. Bond had the most selfish car in England. It was a Mark II Continental Bentley that some rich idiot had married to a telegraph pole on the Great West Road. Bond had bought the bits for £1,500, and Rolls had straightened the bend in the chassis. Chassis. This is why we need Nance here. and fitted new clockwork. The Mark IV engine with 9.5 compression. Then Bond had gone to Mulliner's with 3,000 pounds, which was half his total capital, and they had sawn off the old cramped sports saloon body and had fitted a trim, rather square convertible two-seater affair, power operated, with only 2 large armed bucket seats in black leather. The rest of the blunt end was all knife-edged, rather ugly trunk. The car was painted in rough, not gloss, battleship gray, and the upholstery was black Morocco. She went like a bird and a bomb, and Bond loved her more than all the women at present in his life rolled, if that were feasible, together. So Bond would rather drive his car than have an orgy with all the women in his life.
This is the hold on. Well, let's see here if I can do it right here.
He spent half of the money he has on on a car. I love it.
Hold on, there we go.
Nan said,
so if you want to pull that, if you want to,
assuming he's making fun of
Charlie,
me for
you
not
want to pull
knowing
that
chassis.
up.
Pull what up?
Pull this up. I just popped it.
Okay, hang on.
This is what he's talking about. This is the car. This comes from us from the James Bond fandom wiki page. So this is what he's describing.
Are you able to scroll, or is that just a still?
That's just the still, but yeah, this is the.
Yeah, is this your screen we're looking at?
Yeah, this is from. Yeah, I just pulled this from the screen. I just looked this up, but yeah, this is the Bentley Mark IV. But I always find it fascinating because, like, the Bond movies, for the most part, we think of the 60s, and the sports cars look much different. And then in the books, Fleming has described a lot more like the Bentleys and these more like regal looking vehicles, with the exception, I think, the Aston Martin DB3, which was in the original Goldfinger before they started doing like the DB5 is what we think of as the James Bond car. So I just think that's fascinating. It's like, this is the kind of the car that Bond would drive in the books versus what we see in the films,
Yeah.
So if we ever get that, that Amazon deal where we take all of the books and redo them as an Amazon series where they're straight from the books, we're going to be seeing these types of cars instead of the ones from the films,
I'd be all about it. Yeah.
Man
said, I thought the Bentley was green. I don't remember, honestly. I mean, it's like, you got to go with that silver. It's fantastic. Yeah. And he says that's not what he had in that one movie with that one chick when they were having a little date along the water.
This is just like
from Russia with Love, where he's he did have the
he has a Bentley in Russia with Love, doesn't he?
Because remember From Russia with Love, he puts the top up so they can have a second lunch. Before he goes back into the office.
Is what you were talking. Well, this is the 1953. Is this what you were talking about now? This is from the novel. I don't know. Bentley Continental.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, that sounds correct.
So
I actually just played. I picked up Grand Theft Auto 5 because I never played it.
Yeah,
and it's a miracle. And there actually is a mission where that car you just pulled up, you steal that.
Oh,
and
nice.
But you steal it from a movie studio, and it has all these gadgets. Like as you're escaping, you're dropping pins. Like you hit the whatever, like spikes, and all these spikes come flying out of it, and it popping the tires of security as you're escaping and everything. But you get in a tux, you knock a guy out, take his tux, and then you sneak onto the set. And you just get in the car with a Bond girl essentially, and you just drive off. It's
nice.
That game is amazing. Anyway, you mentioned the books, or Amazon in the books. As usual, I put all affiliate links in the description of this video. I don't know if anybody ever buys anything, but it's worth saying. If you do want to read these books, and you should because they're fantastic, links in the description. The chief of staff was standing over Miss Moneypenny. He was handing her signals from a large sheaf and giving her routing instructions. CIA, Washington, personal for Dulles. That's the man who killed Kennedy. Instant shadow ban. Cipher XXX by teleprinter Mathis. So there's Mathis. Dixum Bureau, whatever the French bureau is. Same prefix and route. Station F for head of NATO intelligence, personal standard route. Do you want to see? It's the same thing. Through head of section. This one by safe hand to head of MI5, personal copy to commissioner of police, personal and these. He handed over a thick batch. Personal to heads of stations from M, Cipher, Double X by Whitehall Radio and Port's Head. All right, clear them as quick as you can. There's a good girl. There'll be more coming. We're in for a bad day. I don't know why. I think maybe I highlighted this just because I found it funny how he's I mean, Dulles was actually the head of the CIA. Like, that's real. And then Mathis is, I believe a fictional character of Fleming's, but
yeah, because we talked about Mathis we haven't gotten, obviously that's our next one after this next one we're airing, but
meeting Mathis for the first
Mathis
time,
from Casino Royale. But yeah, and you said Station F, because I believe most of, if not all, the stations in the books and in the films are all basically like the station letter is basically the country. So like Station F is France, Station I is India,
Yeah.
Station J was Jamaica. So we kind of, I think they, even in all the films they mentioned that. Thinking about what you just said, though, because you just said Dulles was the head of the CIA. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I think that's funny and interesting because, recently, of course, as of this date, the Queen just passed, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that so odd to me? Is that not odd to you that like she basically plays like a background character in all of the Bond films and books?
There's a movie literally named after her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? You just think about that. It's like the Queen. The Queen she was in all the movies. I mean, she was not in the movies, but like when we talk about the Majesties,
Her Majesty's government is mentioned over and over and over and over.
Government.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then she passed.
Have you been? I saw a couple of
just blew
links
my mind.
On,
you know what I mean?
Totally. On the James Bond subreddit. On the James Bond subreddit, there were several people posting some meme where it was like, maybe we shouldn't make any more Bond movies because of this, which is obviously absurd. But they were like, Bond just died. Spoiler alert. In No Time to Die, Bond just died, and then right after the Queen dies, like maybe that's it. Maybe that's the end. Maybe now they should remake. Now, okay, there you go. Now remake all of them like I laid out, but now it's a king, on His Majesty's Secret Service. We're gonna gender swap everything in the Bondverse. So now he's serving, his Majesty's loyaltaria, as Trevelyan would say.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, GoldenEye wouldn't be involved, unfortunately. If you do the full book adaptation, there's no GoldenEye. So, we'll talk about. We'll talk about that in the Casino episode, because the Casino episode is going to be a lot of fun because, GoldenEye, there's no book behind it, and then Casino is, like like probably the best adaptation. So it's going to be a talk of that. Like, here's a movie that didn't have a book. Here's the best adaptation of a book. Anyway, Bond or Nans is talking about a female Bond. Get the fuck out of here, Nans. K1 says, I just got Goldfinger, Man with Golden Gun, and Thunderball last week. Love these streams. Oh, you got the book. K1, you bought the book, not with our affiliate links. Anyway,
I still have books that I still need to read, so I
click the link below.
Okay, let me do that right
be
now.
Shilling. Always shilling.
Always,
we're terrible at shilling.
Anyway, so so are we still in Thunderball as we're talking
still
about
in
this?
Thunderball. Apparently, I highlighted a lot in here. The girl looked him up and down. He was a man she hadn't seen before in Nassau. He was about 6 feet tall and somewhere in his middle 30s. He has dark, rather cruel, good looks and very clear blue-gray eyes that were now observing her inspection sardonically. A scar down his right cheek showed pale against a tan so mild that he must have only recently come to the island. He was wearing a very dark blue, lightweight, single-breasted suit over a cream silk shirt and a black knitted silk tie. Despite the heat, he looked cool and clean, and his only concession to the tropics appeared to be the black saddle-stitched sandals on his bare feet. It was an obvious attempt at a pickup. He had an exciting face and authority. She decided to go along, but she wasn't going to make it easy. She said coldly, "All right, tell me." So this is him going for domino. Like, he sees her and he I believe he knows who she is, but he makes a move on her as Bond often does.
Let me pause for a second because I have a couple questions, because we're talking about Thunderball. And if you recall, when we talked about our Thunderball episode, like one of the biggest things, one of the biggest problems with that movie, not so much, I don't know about the books, but the movie, was that we were like, yeah, the plot really doesn't make a lot of sense because there's a lot of conveniences that happen to get the movie to just go where it needs to go. Yeah. Like, for instance, when he figures out, oh, I must go to Nassau. Like, there's no, like, logically, it would make more sense to be like, oh, well, the plane could have landed anywhere here, right? So Bond's like, well, wait a minute. Like, he knows, he doesn't put two and two together. He just looks at the dossier and he's like, oh,
his hot sister is in Nassau.
He has a hot sister. I want to bang his hot sister.
Exactly.
Like, he goes to Nassau.
Here's the thing, though.
How does
and
that
I got the cobwebs, right? Cobwebs. I'm trying to knock them off, but something like that, when I read it, did stick out to me, because I remember in the episode you said you were like, wouldn't you just logically think that maybe if it was heading in this direction, and then by process of elimination you could go, I bet they're here. That is exactly what M does. M says we're looking all over the place, but my theory is that he went to the Bahamas, and so he sends Bond to the Bahamas.
Got it.
Exactly as you laid out. There was no, but again, with a movie, you got to be visual, and they thought they were being visual by, here's the photo and all that. But it does just come across as, this chick's hot. It's just,
he's got a sister.
But, yeah.
You know what? Screw the other agents. I'm going to go bang his sister.
Exactly. Like, we're never going to find these bombs. I might as well just try to get my rocks off. Just the government's going to pay the 100 million pounds anyway.
Fine. We'll figure it out.
All right. Women are often meticulous and safe drivers, but they are very seldom first class. In general, Bond regarded them as a mild hazard, and he always gave them plenty of road and was ready for the unpredictable. 4 women in a car he regarded as the highest danger potential, and 2 women as nearly as lethal. Women together cannot keep silent in a car, and when women talk, they have to look into each other's faces. An exchange of words is not enough. They have to see the other person's expression, perhaps in order to read behind the other's words or to analyze the reaction to their own. So 2 women in the front seat of a car constantly distract each other's attention from the road ahead, and 4 women are more than doubly dangerous, for the driver has to hear and see not only what her companion is saying, but also, for women are like that, what the 2 behind are talking about. Like, this is what every episode I'm getting at. I love Bond. I mean, I grew up with women, so I'm like, yeah. And, people are like, oh God, you're saying something bad about women. It's like, no. And obviously that is like, it's not like it's, nobody in their right mind is risking their lives, but just a guy who's just kind of telling it like it is. I will always respect that. Even I'm not saying that is completely accurate. It's more funny than completely accurate. The accurate thing is that women, the classic being, it's not what you said, it's how you said it. I mean, who hasn't heard those words? And that's the thing. It's not, men are about the content, right? But women are about the form. Content. What did you say? I don't care how you said it. What did you say? Because that has information in it, as opposed to, well, it was the feeling I had when you said it. And that's very real. And then Bond takes it and runs with it.
A little too far
to an end zone of ridiculousness. But
yeah,
but yeah, I just love the math. Like, 2 women in a car is bad. 4 women in a car is twice as bad. Okay, speaking of sexism, let's just get right to racism.
Yeah, it's. I thought okay.
I thought this was an odd line that stuck out. Yes, sir. The barman moved away with Negro dignity. That's Ian Fleming for you, everybody.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Sounds about right.
He said as he poured more IPA into his Zelda mug.
I'm drinking straight up. What am I drinking? I'm drinking Costco brand whiskey here, guys.
I'm drinking Costco brand IPA.
Nice. This is what is this? This is Tennessee whiskey. Doesn't say.
That sounds
it's Mike Williams. They are master distillers, guys.
Nice. Okay. Where's the affiliate link for Tennessee whiskey?
Oh God.
What I should be doing is going back to my notes, but instead I'm scrolling through trying to find something highlighted. Okay, I'm giving up on this. I'm going back to... Actually, this isn't how I did it. I didn't read it off of an iPad.
No, I don't remember what you did. So we're still in Thunderball, though, right?
We're still in Thunderball. And I'm down. I don't know.
Brought to you by Kirkland's.
If only, dude. If only. I'm gonna pull this up.
Where is my $1.75 hot dog when you need it? Whatever it is, I don't know what it is now.
I'm sorry. I'm switching up now, and I'm looking for. We were at. I'm switching to the computer for this.
Well, what else? Because I'm more interested. So what is? I know you have these quotes, but what else struck you as very different from the books from Thunderball? I know you have a lot of cobwebs, but was there anything that stuck out to you?
Thunderball was really what stuck out to me was what we just said, that you had you were like, wow, this could have been better if this, and those plot conveniences weren't there. And I think Fiona is completely made up. I think Fiona was completely,
and which was one of our favorite parts of the movie.
And her purpose, it was as if they made her up entirely so that they could do an anti-Pussy Galore, which is good. And we talked about how Fiona should have been the bad guy, but that's. So do you think
maybe they took the traits of what was Largo in the book and then they imprinted it on her instead, or something like that? Maybe.
Largo in the book is not as stupid, I recall. But really, when it comes down to Largo in the movie, it's the idea that he's trying to kill Bond, and then it's Fiona who's like, because of your hastiness, talking about how he could have screwed up their whole plan, which is true, and it's just that's what makes him look so stupid. And I don't recall any of that being in the book. The something that sticks out is how Bond and a bunch of commandos do that thing where they get launched out of the sub, and it's so that they can go attack they can go have that underwater battle. Yeah. And at some point, Bond and Largo kind of are removed. I think Largo's maybe chasing Bond, and so that same thing that happens on the Disco Volante where she shoots him in the back just as he's about to kill Bond, that same thing happens underwater. So Bond's like, oh no, I'm dead. And then Domino spear guns him from behind underwater. And so it was cool. Obviously,
so it's a little different. It's different from what would happen in the book where they're on the boat and it's speeding away. Okay.
But I remember everything more or less being consistent, but just like how books always go, that because you have more time and you can fill in the gaps a little easier, and with a movie it's like go 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 go. All this stuff, all the plot conveniences we talk about, they all make sense. And even Bond just being at the Shrublands place with a guy who's related to the plot, it's just more believable. It just
that one never bothered me the ones that bothered me, the fact that he's there didn't bother me as much, because it's the first thing that happens in the book. So the fact that the story can kind of start in on that, that's fine. I didn't have a problem with that. It's the fact that him trying to figure out where they end up at being at Nassau, but it's like the way that it's explained is that he sees that he has a hot sister. That's weird. And then the other big one was when he comes off the boat and just so happens to Fiona is the person who picks him up. That one felt very weird.
And that's the thing. I don't remember any of that being there. And because again, I
acknowledges it too. So
I'm at all times I'm ready for somebody to comment like, actually, you're wrong. This and one of those is I'm like, I don't think Fiona is in the book at all, and that is why things kind of make more sense, because Fiona is kind of at the heart of all these. Like even the the getting plastic surgery to look like like I think Domino's brother is just a bad guy. Like there was
so there's no
Angel
little
and
plot about that.
Angelo and Derval. I think it's just her brother being like, yeah, I'm gonna do this, and the first thing that Largo does is kill him, and I think takes his watch and those things or something.
Well, that kind of makes sense, because that makes more like, to me, I don't think Fleming, at least to my knowledge, Fleming never seems like a science fiction writer, because he's basing a lot of this stuff off of what the shit?
Yeah.
AI dating disrupts an industry. What?
Blocking user. I just blocked him.
What was that? That was weird. Anyway,
occasionally we get those porn comments, they're like,
you gotta get a porn comment.
Yeah.
You gotta get one of those. They're like, it's the internet telling you, like, what are you doing?
Girl.
What are you doing late at night?
That was 69mega.com. Don't go to 69mega.com unless you want all kinds of malware. That's hilarious.
Oh my God. Anyway,
unless you're going to click the link below to go to 69mega.com. Click the affiliate link below.
Anyway, we were talking, hold on. Well, we were talking about
Thunderball, which we've been doing for an hour.
I know. Feel like we should be farther along, but we were talking about something about Thunderball specifically, and I can't remember what we were talking about.
Just the conveniences. But here, I'll just move along.
Go ahead.
I might have realized, or at any rate guessed, that at least among amateur women, as opposed to prostitutes, there is no physical love without emotional involvement. Over a long period, that is. Physical intimacy is halfway to love, and enslavement is much of the other half. That's what I'm always saying. I'm like, y'all need to internalize yourself some Bond. Bond always knows what's up. I actually recently, Tolkien actually wrote this really long letter to his son talking about marriage that takes what Bond just said and just like extrapolates on it. And it's just truth. I'm not going to read it now, but it's, Tolkien talking about marriage is something everybody should read. The true jungle of the world, with its real monsters, only rarely shows itself in the life of a man, a girl. Sorry. The true jungle of the world, with its real monsters, only rarely shows itself in the life of a man, a girl, in the street. More burps. But it is always there. You take a wrong step, you take a wrong step, play the wrong card in fate's game, and you are in it and lost. Lost in a world you had never imagined, against which you have no knowledge and no weapons, no compass. This is, I think we've moved on to The Spy Who Loved Me.
Oh.
And I think this is, so the interesting thing about The Spy Who Loved Me is throw out the movie. The movie is 1,000% made up whole cloth. Did I explain to you The Spy Who Loved Me?
Yeah, you told me that The Spy Who Loved Me is mainly from this girl's perspective.
Yeah, and she's just kind of she
gets wrapped up in some kind of thing, and James Bond is a character in it. Versus,
I think that's that quote.
That was in the last quote.
So the last quote that I just read, I think that might be her, because what kind of happens in the beginning is she's she kind of falls for this guy, and she's like, well, he takes her to a movie theater or like to some like private booth in a theater and immediately is trying to bang her on like one of their first dates. And she's like, I guess so, because he loves me, he'll marry me. And he ends up just being like, thanks, slut, and then moves along. And she's just kind of destroyed. So she kind of ends up going on like an eat, pray, love adventure where she's like, men are awful and I only ever get screwed over. So I'm going to go live life. And she just gets a motorcycle, and I think she's going to drive down to Florida or something, but along the way from Canada, I think. But on the way, she's at this motel, and the owners say, hey, we'll pay you all this money if you'll look after the place while we go, and some people are going to come and close it down or something. And Jaws shows up. The horror is whatever Horowitz is his name.
Horowitz.
They call him the horror, and him and these other this other gangster roll in there, and right away she's like, oh God, like these guys are the whole idea is they're going to burn the place down with her in it, so it looks like so they can get the insurance money, so that the owners can get the insurance money. And James Bond just kind of comes out of nowhere and saves her. And so it's like most of the book doesn't have Bond in it. And then 007 shows up and she's like, now this is a man. And by the end of it, she's like, this is the manliest man who's ever manned, and I'll love him forever, but I know I could never lock him down. So I'm just going to bang the shit out of him. And then tomorrow go on with I'm just going to keep going to Florida and try to forget. Like it's really funny. Unknown Cake Lover says, I think I heard somewhere that's how Ian Fleming lost his virginity. In a theater.
I get okay.
Banging some oddly willing chick in a dark theater. Okay. Now I knew what it must be like to get some food smuggled into jail, to be a prisoner of war and get a parcel from home, to find water in the desert, to be given a hot drink after being rescued from drowning. The simple act of living, how precious it was. If I got out of this, I would know it forever. I would be grateful for every breath I breathed, every meal I ate, every night I felt the cool kiss of sheets, the peace of a bed behind a locked door. Why had I never known this before? Why had my parents, my lost religion, never taught it to me? Anyway, I knew now. I had found it out for myself. Love of life is born of the awareness of death. Amen. Of the dread of it. Nothing makes one really grateful for life except the black wings of danger. I was talking to my sister about that today, just how we take everything around us for granted all the time. I was relaying to her a certain, let's call it psychedelic experience of mine, where the plan was to go watch a light show, and I ended up not even leaving the seat that I was in because I was crying, looking at the ceiling, fascinated by how beautiful the ceiling was. When's the last time you even looked up? Like, I've been here for a few months and I haven't even looked at the ceiling yet. But imagine staring at the ceiling crying because it's so goddamn beautiful. And that's just kind of how life is in general. Like, all of us just take it for granted all the time, even though 24/7 it's just miraculous. And it's like part of that is just survival. Like, if we were constantly like, oh, water is so watery, it's amazing, we'd just eventually get killed,
I feel like I'm gonna go down a whole rabbit hole with this combo
because of
not because of that actually.
Okay.
For two reasons actually. So one you're talking about like looking at the ceiling and having an emotional moment because of how beautiful.
Sounds absurd, but it was incredible.
But I had a instance that this was a couple months ago, but I remember just getting off my phone for like 2 seconds at one point because I was on it so much, And I literally was just like looking out the window as I'm driving, like my wife's driving when we were driving down the road, and I just like a rush of like, I don't want to say it emotion, but just a rush of like awareness, and just like I'm looking around. I'm like, I feel like I haven't done this in forever. It's just like looked out. It's kind of like that moment in Wall-E when they stop getting on their thing, and then Wall-E stops one of the two characters, the two people, and they're like, oh my god, like what, I didn't realize this was all around us, like I had no idea, like that. I had that rush of emotion. I was going with something where I was going somewhere with that, but just the fact that like sometimes I feel like we are so obviously right now we're on screens and we're on phones and whatnots, but like we get so stuck in the moments and stuff, and then we sometimes
I stare
forget,
at
like,
screens
there's
so
other
often
things.
that I swear I get like a stare at screens all day, and then for you people to get things like Die Another Day done. Which so far the reviews of Die Another Day have been phenomenal from the 5 people who have watched it.
I haven't even watched it yet. I still need to watch it.
When's the last time you watched an episode at all?
I don't remember. I really don't. I've been so busy. I've been doing other things, making short films and writing scripts and doing movie stuff. So I don't know.
Nance wants us to like and subscribe. I already am. From 15 bot accounts. Okay, moving on. I think this is still Despite Love Me, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
In England, he said, when a man or occasionally a woman comes over from the other side, from the Russian side, with important information, there's a fixed routine. Take Berlin, for instance, and that's the most usual come-over routine. To begin with, they get... Yeah, this is not Despite Love Me. To begin with, they get taken to intelligence headquarters and get treated at first with extra suspicion. That's to try and take care of double agents. People who pretend to come over and, once they've been cleared by security, begin spying on us from the inside, so to speak, and pass their stuff back to the Russians. There are also triple agents. Wow. People who do what the doubles have done, but change their minds and, under our control, pass phony intelligence back to the Russians. Do you understand? It's nothing but a complicated game, really, which is fascinating. But then so's international politics, diplomacy, and all the trappings of nationalism and the power complex that goes on between countries. Totally. It's mind-boggling. Nobody will stop playing the game. It's like the hunting instinct. Yes, I see. It all seems idiotic to my generation, like playing the old game Attack. Attack spelled Attaque. Really. We need some more Jack Kennedys. It's all these old people about. They ought to hand the world over to younger people who haven't got the idea of war stuck in their subconscious, as if it were the only solution, like beating children. It's much the same thing. It's all out of date, Stone Age stuff, which I highlighted because that's the most idealistic bullshit. I'm eternally fascinated by idealism versus realism. So something like that, like it reminds me of this friend of mine who she stopped talking to me, I think after this talk we had, where she said, and I'm sorry, I may have said this on another live stream, but she said, like war, it's just so dumb. Like, can't we just have like a, if two countries want to fight, can't we just have like a paintball war? Can't they just have a bunch of people fighting with paintball guns? And I was like, okay, here, let's do that. And when you show up with paintball guns, I'm going to show up with real guns and I'm going to win. Like you're stupid. You're stupid. And I wish that the way my book worked was that it was like, here's what it's from. But unfortunately, I have this one. It's one book with all 14 in it. It's kind of cheaply put together on iBooks, but I don't know. Actually, okay, real quick, I'm going to bring up the list of books so I can better follow what the next one is.
So can
after
you get rid
Thunderball,
of 69mega.com, please? Because they have
they found us again?
Yeah.
Oh my God, get out of here. Okay, they're gone. 269 mega comments are dangerous. 4 is much more dangerous. Thanks, Nans. Nans is in.
Just get on. Like, I don't know.
Well, no, Nans is in Terre Haute or something tonight. He's in a
Oh
hotel.
no, not Terre Haute, not a hotel.
Naked in a hotel room.
Not on his phone.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay, so after The Spy Who Loved Me comes
get
on
the link,
Secret
dude.
Service.
So what are you on?
I'm assuming I'm on Secret Service. So
in how okay, so let's talk about Secret Service real quick. How drastically different is the book to the film? And I feel like
it's pretty straightforward. I recall it
being so you bitched a lot to me about how you didn't like the convenience of how things take place and things like that. So what?
I don't think so. No. The biggest thing about Secret Service is that Bond can't keep his dick in his pants.
Okay.
I don't. There wasn't any convenience.
No. In the beginning, remember in the beginning of it, you were like, "Well, it just seems weird that the girl he's chasing down is."
Yeah, he doesn't find.
I was
her
trying
randomly.
to describe to you. It's like there's stuff
in the book he's looking for her. I believe. Like there's. That everything I said about the movie in that episode, everything I said about why the prologue is kind of weird.
Yeah.
None of that is in play reading the book. It makes sense in the book. Just like the Thunderball thing we were just talking about.
Yeah.
All this stuff where I was like, why is he there? Why does he just find her? And what is she doing? And all these things. That all makes sense in the novel. I wish this was just show. Like, who is he talking to? He might be. Is this Tracy? I don't know. Talk about your balls or something. I need to figure out why is he talking to an idealist? That's what I'm confused about. But again, like sorry, just to cap off what I was saying, for somebody to say, we need more Jack Kennedys, and we need the world to be handed over to young people who aren't obsessed with war. It's like, you don't understand human nature. Even if you like whatever, you take over any country and you just say, we're done with war. Some other country is going to be like, okay, easy pickings. Like it reminds me of, there was this some group went door to door. And they said, "Are you pro-gun or anti-gun?" And they say, "Oh, we're anti-gun." And they go, "Okay, that's fantastic. We're going door to door, spreading awareness about how guns are bad. Can you put this sign up in your yard that says, 'We are an anti-gun house. We don't have guns here, and we're proud of it'?" And all the people were like, "No, we're not going to do that." It's like, "Why? You said you're anti-gun." They're like, "We're not going to advertise it to people, though. We're just going to get robbed." It's like, yeah, that's again idealism versus realism. Okay, I'm giving up on this quote. I don't care what book it's from. The chapter is called Bedtime Stories, so that's cute. So
you have no idea what book you're at right now. You just have the quotes.
I stood for a moment looking at. Okay. Exactly, because it's all one continuous thing. There isn't a thing in the corner that says what book it's from. So it might still be The Spy Who Loved Me. Actually, I think it is. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. So I think they were just maybe they were talking because Bond shows up. 69 megas back. What is going on?
I don't see it on my end.
Oh. Huh. They popped up fresh for me. Anyway, yeah, because Bond rolls in and he's just like, she makes him his favorite meal, like bacon and eggs or whatever, and coffee, and very quickly she's like, something of note is she's like, this guy kind of looks just as dangerous and cruel as these guys, as in Jaws and his ally.
Yeah.
But there's something about him that seems like he's different from them. Like he might actually look after me, which echoes the idea of, you know, whatever you want to call it, the Jungian shadow, right? The idea of the difference between being a nice guy who's useless, right? And being a nice guy because you know when to kick some ass. You know, you don't, like, the horror just likes to kill people. He knows how to kill people, but he does it for selfish purposes. And then there's Bond, who is a killer, but he's on the good side. If Bond wasn't capable of killing people, if he wasn't dangerous, he would have no facility for doing good. And that's the difference, right? And that's why he's so attractive to women, because he's dangerous, but not dangerous to them unless it's in bed. That's all. That's the difference. You know, that's why it's important to be like Bond. Don't be useless. Don't be like, oh no, like guns are bad and hurting people's bad. It's like, no, sometimes those things are good. Just depends on who you're hurting and who you're, you know, who you're shooting at. Okay. I stood for a moment looking at the closed door, and then I went and brushed my teeth and got ready for bed. So I'm pretty sure this is the chick from The Spy Who Loved Me. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked like hell, washed out, no makeup, definitely her, and deep circles under my eyes. What a day. And now this. I mustn't lose him. I mustn't let him go. But I knew in my heart that I had to. So this is what I was saying, is that she, I think it's all said and done, and she's like, I want this Bond guy, but like, I know he has to move along. He would go on alone, and I would have to too. No woman had ever held this man. None ever would. He was a solitary, a man who walked alone and kept his heart to himself. He would hate involvement. I sighed. All right, I would play it that way. I would let him go. I wouldn't cry when he did, not even afterwards. Wasn't I the girl who had decided to operate without a heart? So she's like, she's been wronged by men her whole life, and then the horror and his buddy are gonna kill her for, you know, insurance purposes, and then the perfect man shows up, but even then she's like, oh god, like he'll never settle down. I wiped the wound as clean as I could and got out mirthulated and a big Band-Aid. The cut wasn't deep, but there would soon be a bad bruise. He said, sorry, Viv. I think your name's Vivian. I made rather a hash of that round. I thought he had to. I said, why didn't you just shoot them down? They were sitting ducks with those sets in their hands. He said curtly, never been able. Here you go. He said curtly, never been able to in cold blood. Bond doesn't like killing in cold blood. But at least I thought to have been able to blast that man's foot off. Must have just nicked it. And now he's still in the game. So they're kind of battling the horror and his buddy, and, you know, Bond's. She's like, you could have just murdered them right there, and, you know, he doesn't like killing in cold blood, which occasionally we see in the movies, but more so in the books. Afterwards, he told me that when the moment came, I screamed. Okay, wait, are they banging? I think that, so after all said and done, after they kill horror and all that, they until the authorities show up, they bound chicka wow wow. Afterwards, he told me that when the moment came, I screamed. I didn't know I had. I only know that a chasm of piercing sweetness suddenly opened and drowned me, and that I dug my nails into his hips to make sure. We need to drink a little more before this is going to get romance novel-y.
Ooh, sounds hot. So wait, I want to pause real quick because I just want to throw this out there.
Yeah, I need to
hold on. Just pause real quick. So, you know, Charlie, you and I had talked about this a long time ago, about our idea for a Bond, what to do with the Bond franchise since after this, right? And we've always talked about, like, you know, television shows have been much more popular now than even films are now, right? Yeah. So we had talked about, like, okay, well, why don't they just do the Bond franchise as, because if you, I don't know if anybody here who's watching, I don't know if anybody is watching still, but like if you're fans of like BBC type television shows. A lot of like even like Sherlock, it's like watching a television movie for each season. It's like 3 television movies back to back to back, right?
Yeah.
And so the idea would be like, oh, well, what if you took the Bond books, did them as is, because they're not as like bombastic and high theatrics as what the films ever were, because it's more low. I wouldn't say low stakes necessarily, but they're not as like huge, big action scenes type things that are in the books. So you do
well, again, they quickly became, we got to have all these action scenes, and then we have to have a layer that is attacked by a bunch of commandos. That was the formula.
Yeah, but exactly. So, but I'm saying it's like the books would be like, so what if we took if there was a television show, essentially a television show that was more like BBC, where it's like each episode was an hour and a half, a 90-minute episode, and you do every book. So there's 14 episodes.
Yeah.
Maybe a little more, maybe less than 14. Maybe it's like 12, because you don't do For Your Eyes Only, you don't do Octopussy and Living Daylights or whatever. So you do that, but then each book, you recast each book with a different James Bond, so you're still doing that kind of thing. You can get a different actor for the week. And you and I joked about it, because there's this whole zeitgeist of ideas of like, oh, well, we should have a female Bond, and I don't want to get into the whole weeds of that argument, but I honestly don't think you don't need to do the female Bond if you go by the books, because there's a book that isn't necessarily a female Bond, but it's from the perspective of a female main character.
Vivian chick in the Spy.
And that's what, so I just think it's interesting that
who literally goes on like a contemporary feminist adventure.
It's like okay,
her
good.
Story. We covered off on that. Yeah. Check that box. Now back to the important stuff. Yeah, totally.
So you could do if Amazon were like, oh yeah, let's do this. You have an episode that is the main character is a woman, and then James Bond is just like the side character in the story. It's not the main character in the story. I think that would be
saying that they're like, we won't do it, and I guess it's because they've had bad experiences with TV, but it's like, well, put that aside at this point. Imagine the possibilities. Who wouldn't love to watch that?
At this point, it's not television as much as it is like it is entertainment. It doesn't matter if it's going to be a theatrical thing. It's going to be something that you're going to watch. I don't know. Like,
here's the thing. When it comes down to it, and y'all will see tomorrow, the opening to the Die Another Day episode is essentially a rant about how every Bond starts strong, and then by the end of their career, it just no Bond gets a good send off. The only one that ever had any consideration was Daniel Craig. There aren't any other like, oh, this is the last one, because the idea every time was like, oh, they might do one more. They might do one more. They never give anybody. I mean, the only person who has a send off, and it was unintentional, was Q. Q has the perfect scene to cap him off. The perfect scene, in The World's Not Enough. Other than that, no Bond gets a good send off. And with something like this, just, what we want, especially in the wake of, in the age of the MCU, we want to think that these filmmakers have planned something out, that there's actually some kind of long-term plan. And if you did 14 episodes, each reflecting a novel, who that would imply that they needed to plan the whole thing, and so there would kind of be some cohesion there.
I would also,
the whole franchise up until now is just this like random.
I would add to that you being somebody who's specifically you being a huge Lord of the Rings fan, and we've talked about this, is that Lord of the Rings is not a trilogy of three
much as it's stories.
It's one continuous thing, just broken up into 3 parts.
Yeah,
it has a plan. It has a beginning, middle, and end that has been planned.
They didn't make the first movie, wait and see how it did. It was a big deal, and then they make the second movie, and then everybody wants to have a cameo and all that shit.
I think the Bond films. This is something we'll talk about when we start getting into the Craig films. Like, we'll talk very, that this will be an ongoing discussion is that I feel like the Craig films wanted to be that, and then they try to do that, and then it's a little bit of there's a lot of mix up. But anyway, let's go back to what. So we're still in The Spy Who Loved Me. Is that right? Like you still have quotes on that?
Yeah, I need a pillow. It's gonna get.
Are we gonna do a part 4?
Yeah. No, I mean pillow for my raging hard on because this is gonna get nasty.
But I'm saying like if they were to do this idea, I actually like the idea of a movie that is more from like this woman's perspective and then having James Bond in it.
Almost like out of left field. Like, where's Bond? And then after an hour, you're like, oh, I kind of like this chick. And you keep watching. And then out of nowhere, James Bond shows up.
Yeah. I think it's different. It's just...
So I dug my nails into his hips to make sure of taking him with me. Okay. Then he sleepily said some sweet things and kissed me once, and his body slithered away and lay still, and I stayed on my back and gazed up into the red darkness and listened to his breathing. I had never before made love, full love, with my heart as well as my body. It had been sweet with Derek, cold and satisfying with Kurt. And these are the men in her life. But this was something different. At last I realized what this thing could be in one's life. I think I know why I gave myself so completely to this man, how I was capable of it with someone I had only met 6 hours before. Apart from this, what are we always saying about fast romance with Bond? Because it's James fucking Bond, okay? It's not one of us or, people meet at bars and bang in the bathroom. But you meet James Bond, you might want to, you might be attracted to him enough to get with him. Anyway. Because he saved your life and all that. I mean, what's sexier for a woman than a guy showing up when you're about to get raped by Jaws and another guy, and Bond shoots them both in the dick, and then you're like, ugh. Anyway. Apart from the excitement of his looks, his authority, his maleness, he had come from nowhere, like the prince in the fairy tales, and he had saved me from the dragon. We even mentioned this in the Die Another Day episode. But for him, I would now be dead. After suffering God knows what before. He could have changed the wheel on his car and gone off, or when danger came, he could have saved his own skin, but he had fought for my life as if it had been his own. And then when the dragon was dead, he had taken me as his reward. In a few hours, I knew he would be gone, without protestations of love, without apologies or excuses. And that would be the end of that gone finished. Listen here, McCurds. All women love semi-rape. They love to be taken. It was his sweet brutality against my bruised body that had made his act of love so piercingly beautiful. Dude, it's true. That made his act of love so piercingly wonderful. That and the coinciding of nerves completely relaxed after the removal of tension and danger. The warmth of gratitude and a woman's natural feeling for her hero. I had no regrets and no shame. There might be many consequences for me, not the least that I might know now be dissatisfied with other men. Like, lots to unpack here. I mean, she's literally saying, I don't know if I'll ever be able to be with anybody else because this guy is like the pinnacle of manhood. But whatever my troubles were, he would never hear of them. I would not pursue him and try to repeat what there had been between us. I would stay away from him and leave him to go his own road where there would be other women, countless other women, who would probably give him as much physical pleasure as he had had with me. I wouldn't care, or at least I told myself that I wouldn't care, because none of them would ever own any larger piece of him than I now did. And for all my life, I would be grateful to him for everything, and I would remember him forever as my image of a man. How silly could one be? What was there to dramatize about this naked male person lying beside me? He was just a professional agent who had done his job. He was trained to fire guns to kill people. What was so wonderful about that? Brave, strong, ruthless with women. These were the qualities that went with his calling. What he was paid to be, which, again, we talk about that in Die Another Day episode. He was only some kind of a spy who had loved me. Not even loved, slept with. Why should I make him my hero? Swear never to forget him. Why should I make him my hero and swear never to forget him? I suddenly had an impulse to wake him up and ask him, can you be nice? Can you be kind? And this is like every episode. These are the types of things I'm talking about where, we're told all the time by whatever the media and, this like, again, we're making things better, everything's progressive and all that. But that animalness is like, we'll never be free of it. And we talk about it specifically because in Die Another Day, they jump right into bed, but it's just kind of pointless. It's not really reflecting what she's talking about, where she's talking about how, this guy, this James Bond guy could straight up, he could be just as evil as the horror, but instead he rescues her from that. Like, to kill a dragon, you have to be capable of killing just as much as the dragon is, right? So it's, and yeah, it's written by a guy and all that, but who cares? It reflects this truth, that we're told is old school, but it's not old school. It's eternal. But anyway, I think enough said on that. Y'all can get at me in the comments of the Die Another Day video. But anyway, I'm sweaty after all that sexy talk.
Oh, yeah. I will say this. I think it's interesting that something you never think about after these movies is the aftermath of any of Bond's lovers. What's their story after the fact? What are they doing? Like if there was a sequel to any of the Bond's movies, like what happened to Agent X? What happened to Natalia? Because
and there's no time for it in the movies, of course, but in the books they do. Like,
I just find it fascinating to be like, oh, what happened to that character that slept with and then had a relationship with? Like, what is she doing now?
Well, like, this girl straight up like, I know it's not going to work out, but Bond, I think it's specifically with Tiffany Case talking about how, he knew things weren't going to work out because he's into these kind of damaged women, and it just, he's like, it's never as exciting as it is initially, and then eventually it's just like it's not going to work. But again, something we hit heavy on in the Die Another Day episode is just how this is the man's job. Like, how many of us just everyday dudes is expected to be able to just walk up to the most beautiful women on the planet and instantly get them to fall in love with you? Like, because this is, and I frequently turn to that moment in A View to a Kill, where Bond says about what's her name, about Blondie, Stacey Sutton, where he's she certainly would bear a closer inspection. And Sir Godfrey says, hey, we're on a mission, implying that Bond is just like, hey, we have important things to do. And Bond says, Sir Godfrey, while on a mission, I am expected to sacrifice myself. And we laugh because it's like, that's funny. But he's actually very serious. He's very serious. He's like, Sir Godfrey, are you going to go seduce Stacey Sutton? Are you going to do that? No, because you're a piece of shit. Like, Stacey Sutton would never go anywhere near you. But me, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to seduce her and get information out of her. You can't do that, motherfucker, but I can. Like that. And that's the thing. We take for granted that he really is sacrificing himself. Hey, Nans, chassis.
What did Nans say? What did Nance say?
He hates Tiffany Case as usual.
Oh, I know he does. He loves her. She's her favorite.
Yeah, she's a redhead. She's beautiful. Sometimes she's a redhead. Okay, moving on. This underground war I was talking about. Okay, we have to have moved on to a new. I'm hoping this is Secret Service. This underground war I was talking about,
it's going to be
this crime battle that's always going on, whether it's being fought between cops and robbers or between spies and counter spies. This is a private battle between two trained armies, one fighting on the side of law and what his own country thinks is right, and one belonging to the enemies of these things. Captain Stoner was now talking to himself. I imagine that he was reciting something he felt very strongly about, perhaps had said in speeches or in an article in some police magazine. But in the higher ranks of these forces, among the toughest of the professionals, there's a deadly quality in the persons involved, which is common to both friends and enemies. The captain's closed fist came softly down on the wooden... No, this is still The Spy Who Loved Me. The captain's closed fist came softly down on the wooden tabletop for emphasis, and his inward-looking eyes burned with a dedicated private anger. The top gangsters, the top FBI operatives, the top spies, and the top counter-spies are cold-hearted, cold-blooded, ruthless, tough killers, Miss Mitchell. This is Vivian Mitchell or Michelle. Yes, even the friends as opposed to the enemies. They have to be. They wouldn't survive if they weren't. Do you get me? So he's warning her, like, don't go after Bond. This is the police show up the next day, and he's like, don't go after Bond. Captain Stoner's, which is a hilarious name, eyes came back into focus. Now they held mine with a friendly urgency that touched my feelings, but not friendly. Wait, sorry. But not, I'm ashamed to say, my heart. Okay, let me backtrack. Captain Stoner's eyes came back into focus. Now they held mine with a friendly urgency that touched my feelings, but not, I'm ashamed to say, my heart. So the message I want to leave with you, my dear, and I've talked with Washington, and I've learned something about Commander Bond's outstanding record in his particular line of business, is this. Keep away from all these men. They are not for you, whether they're called James Bond or Slugsy Morant. Both these men and others like them belong to a private jungle into which you've strayed for a few hours and from which you've escaped. So don't go and get sweet dreams about the one or nightmares from the other. They're just different people from the likes of you, a different species. Captain Stoner smiled, like hawks and doves. So obviously highlighted that because, he's like, you by some weird twist of fate, you just got a glimpse into James Bond's world, and which kind of harkens back to the GoldenEye episode where I was talking about how, Natalia is, she works for the government and all that, but at some point she's like, turn here bearing 184. And like, isn't this cute, Bond? And Bond's like, shut the fuck up. Like, we're on a mission. Like, you're probably going to die. And I'm, or even going back to her, how can you act this way? How can you be so cold? And he's like, bitch, I'm cold because you have to be. Like, I have to be Mr. Stoic, because the moment I'm not, I'm going to get killed. And what this captain of the police is saying to her is, run away, forget everything that's happened, and just be thankful that you don't live in this shadow world, right? As we'll get to in Skyfall, when they talk about, like, the world of spycraft is like a mess. Be thankful you're not in it. We're at Secret Service now.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I know we're going to be here all night.
I'm so tired right now, by the way. I'm actually feeling like I'm not even here. Like I'm someplace else.
I should send some of these to you to read.
I need to just read these books, to be honest.
Keep you awake. Well, affiliate links are below. When the odds are hopeless, when all seems to be lost, then is the time to be calm, to make a show of authority, at least of indifference. There you go. There's more of that James Bond brand stoicism. When all is lost and everything's hopeless, that's when it's time to be calm. To make a show of authority, at least of indifference. Amen. Not time to freak out. Almost exactly 24 hours before, James Bond had been nursing his car. Okay, so to answer your question from before, Tracy, we have our little moment on the beach, and then chapter 2 is a flashback to how Bond got to the beach. But
Got it.
but in the movie, they just ignored that.
So that, yeah.
Yeah. Almost exactly 24 hours before, James Bond had been nursing his car, the old Continental Bentley. Nan's just sat up in bed. The R-type chassis. See?
Oh my God!
I can pronounce words. It's
Holy
French. It's
shit!
spelled chassis. I mean, anybody's going to read it that way. How often do you read the word chassis? The R-type chassis with the big 6 engine and a 1340 back axle, 13 to 40 back axle ratio that he had now been driving for 3 years along that fast but dull stretch of N1 between Abbeville and Montreux that takes the English tourist
Montreal?
back to his it's like Montreux.
Montreal.
That takes the English tourist back to his country via Silver City Airways from Le Touquet, or by ferry from Boulogne or Calais. I know Calais, spelled Calais. I only know that because of
It doesn't matter.
Darkest Hour.
Okay,
Darkest
shut
Hour.
the fuck up.
Calais. He was hurrying safely at between 80 and 90, driving by the automatic pilot that is built into all rally class drivers. And is I must be one of shut up, Nans. Shut up. And his mind was totally occupied with drafting his letter of resignation from the Secret Service. So this is why the novel made so much more sense, because Bond is talking about quitting. He writes his resignation letter essentially because he's bored, because he's been tasked with finding Blofeld and he hasn't been able to find him. So he thinks, I'm just going to quit. This job is boring. So it's not like in the movie where they're like, no, we're going to take you off the assignment. And he's like, but I wanna, and he threatens to quit, which is very much not like Bond. In the book, though, it is like Bond because he's so bored out of his mind that he's like, maybe I'll just leave the service and go do something else. And then he finds Tracy. So like the novel, just all the complaints we had about the movie, the novel does it better. Nobody does. Okay. The letter addressed personal for M had got to the following stage. Sir, I have the honor to request that you will accept my resignation from the service, effective forthwith. My reasons for this submission, which I put forward with much regret, are the following. Number 1, my duties in the service until some 12 months ago have been connected with the 00 section, and you, sir, have been kind enough from time to time to express your satisfaction with my performance of those duties, which I, for my part, have enjoyed. To my chagrin, Bond had been pleased with this fine word. However, on the successful completion of Operation Thunderball, I received personal instructions from you to concentrate all my efforts without a terminal date, another felicitous phrase, on the pursuit of Ernst Stavro Blofeld and on his apprehension, together with any members of Spectre, otherwise the Special Executive for Counterintelligence, Revenge, and Extortion, if that organization had been recreated since its destruction at the climax of Operation Thunderball. I accepted the assignment with, if you will recall, reluctance. It seemed to me, and I so expressed myself at the time, that this was purely an investigatory matter which could well have been handled using straightforward police methods by other sections of the service, local stations, Allied Foreign Secret Services, and Interpol. My objections were overruled, and for close on 12 months, I have been engaged all over the world in routine detective work, which in the case of every scrap of rumor, every lead has proved abortive. I have found no trace of this man, nor of a revived Spectre, if such exists. That was 1 and 2. Number 3, my many appeals to be relieved of this wearisome and fruitless assignment, even when addressed to you personally, sir, have been ignored or on occasion curtly dismissed, and my frequent animadversions, another good one. He keeps pointing out like all these big words. He's like, yeah, I used a big word there. To the effect that Blofeld is dead, have been treated with a courtesy that I can only describe as scant. Neat that, perhaps a bit too neat. Before I read number 4, see what I'm saying? Bond's like, Why am I pursuing this guy Blofeld? You know, I'm bored of this. Can I do something else? Can I do something more productive? That would have made sense. Now, again, it's all screwy because the enthusiasm at which Bond was like, I got to get this guy Blofeld, was as if he had already killed his wife. It would have made sense if he insisted on getting Blofeld for Tracy's sake, but he hadn't even met Tracy. So it's weird. Like him quitting is weird. And anyway, number 4, the above unhappy circumstances have recently achieved their climax in my undercover mission. Refer to whatever case to Palermo in pursuit of a hair of quite outrageous falsity. This animal took the shape of one Blofeld, a perfectly respectable German citizen engaged in viniculture, specifically the grafting of Moselle grapes onto the Sicilian strains to enhance the sugar content of the latter, which, for your passing information, steady on, old chap, better redraft all this. Bond just keeps writing notes to himself, are inclined to sourness. My investigations into this individual brought me to the attention of the mafia, and my departure from Sicily was, to say the least, ignominious. So he's talking about Draco. Having regard, sir, to the above, and specifically to the continued misuse of the qualities, modest though they may be, that have previously fitted me for the more arduous and to me more rewarding duties associated with the work of the 00 section, I beg leave to submit my resignation from the service. I am, sir, your obedient servant, 007. Of course, reflected Bond as he nursed the long bonnet of his car through a built-up S-bend. He would have to rewrite a lot of it. Some of it was a bit pompous, and there are 1 or 2 cracks that would have to be ironed out or toned down. But that was the gist of what he would dictate to his secretary when he got back to the office the day after tomorrow. And if she burst into tears, to hell with her. He meant it. By God, he meant it. He was fed to the teeth with the chasing of the ghost Blofeld, and the same went for Spectre. The thing had been smashed. Even a man of Blofeld's genius, in the impossible event that he still existed, could never get a machine of that caliber running again. You see what I mean? Like, you see what I mean?
I don't.
All of that makes so much more sense, where he's just in the wake of Thunderball. He's like, why do I care about Blofeld? Why do I care about Spectre? You know, like I'm just running around the globe doing nothing. But anyway, a couple paragraphs later, if there's one thing that set James Bond really moving in life, with the exception of gunplay, it was being passed at speed by a pretty girl, as we all know. And it was his experience that girls who drove competitively like that were always pretty and exciting. The shock of the wind horn scream had automatically cut out George, emptied Bond's head of all other thought. Cut out George. Okay, I can't remember what that means. And brought his car back under manual control. Now, with a tight-lipped smile, he stamped his foot into the floorboard, held the wheel firmly at 2:45, and went after her. So this is when Tracy shows up. Like, suddenly Tracy comes out of nowhere, driving like a maniac. Like, just driving like she's trying to kill herself. And Bond's like, I find that hot. And who does that sound like? That's literally the opening to GoldenEye. You know, where's the next girl? But so meeting Tracy randomly makes a little more sense there. But Bond had already been considering leaving, all that stuff. Not that much later, James Bond idled through the pretty approaches to Royale. So they're because he goes, again, cobwebs coming off. He regularly goes back to the Casino Royale. Regularly goes back to the location of his first adventure. And they kind of, I think they kind of do this in, or my thoughts, like when we get to No Time to Die, like I wish they would have done that. I wish No Time to Die, I wish Spectre and No Time to Die would have just been a remake of Secret Service. Not directly in an obvious way, but take elements from it. James Bond idled through the pretty approaches to Royale, though the young beaches and heavy-scented pines, looking forward to the evening and remembering his other annual pilgrimages to this place. So again, every year he goes. And particularly the great battle across the Baïs he had with Le Chiffre so many years ago. He had come a long way since then, dodged many bullets and much death, and loved many girls. But there had been a drama and a poignancy about that particular adventure that every year drew him back to Royale and its casino and to the small granite cross in the little churchyard that simply said, Vesper Lind, rest in peace, which is in No Time to Die. I don't think he goes back to Royale, but he does go visit her grave. But how much, like, God, good God, you're closing out.
Well, I mean,
Daniel Craig, which
to
started
be
with
fair,
Casino Royale.
Hold on. To be fair, though, it's like they're still acknowledging what you're describing, but I mean, again, like it's like you're trying to throw things back in there because, of course, it's like you're trying to tell different stories for different movies. It's a very complicated thing. You can't just like, and I think again, like that's a whole other conversation where
We will get to
planning.
it. Like,
And I think the conversation really comes down to this: it's that when it comes to these films, I think as audience and fan members, as audience members and as fans, we want things to be planned out so that retrospectively, when we go back to watch them, we're like, they planned everything out, like almost like George Lucas planned out all of Star Wars to an extent, which he really didn't, but he sort of did.
With those first two,
but the problem is when you reread all the history,
just use Lord of the Rings. Use Lord of the Rings as an example. It's just a better example.
I think Star Wars is just as good though. But the problem is when you look at any of these stories, we want to be like, oh, this is like this thing happened and they planned this out. So then when we got to this point, like we were talking about this thing that we showed earlier in the scene, or showed in this movie earlier prior to, or whatever. But that doesn't always happen. And we know that because as we're watching these movies, shit hit the fan at certain points because of rights or because of cultural issues or because like, oh, this was popular at this time. And so that's why they wanted to really push on this thing that had anything. So it doesn't matter. But like, I know you're like harping on like things that like, oh, they would have been great if they had done that, but it's like they couldn't because they didn't have the rights to Casino for the film, so that wasn't even in existence. So they kind of had to go off.
What are you talking about?
Was...
I'm talking about Daniel Craig's later movies after Casino, and because my without getting into it, because we will get into it down the road.
Yeah,
my overall thoughts on Spectre and No Time to Die, which are sequels of each other. Like Casino and Quantum are sequels, and then Skyfall's a one-off, and then Spectre and No Time to Die are sequels. And
I would argue that Spectre is a sequel to Skyfall. Like, that was
not wrong, but it's
I see what you're saying.
They're less connected than
Skyfall.
Those last two.
Skyfall feels isolated from Quantum because they're. But then again, that's where I'm coming from, where it's like those 5 films are all very much like reactionary to what was going on, and it was like the plan kept changing. Where it's like you see Casino, and you see an idea, the plan being like, oh, we're gonna start fresh. That's the plan. So then, as an audience member, as someone who's a fan, it's like, oh, are you guys gonna go back and like redo everything from the start? Or we had no idea what was going to happen next, and then they decide we're going to do Quantum of Solace, but we don't have the rights to this thing yet, so we're going to make our own version. Oh wait, we got the rights to that, now we're going to do our version for that. But then that felt weird because it doesn't really connect with the thing that you kind of like, you know what I mean? Like it's just all, that's again, like we'll go bring this back up when we actually do the episodes for these things. But it's all muddy and weird because it's all reactionary. It's all going off of oh, this happened, so we had the rights to this thing. This became popular, so we're gonna do this thing. But there's no straightforward plan, and so then
there's no plan from movie to movie. It's just willy nilly, and you feel that, and maybe sometimes that's a good way to approach things, but not really. Not in this case, because again, and we'll get into this later, but my idea, looking back with the advantage of hindsight, would be after Skyfall, they really should have planned and maybe shot all at one time a 2-part movie. series, like
Mm-hmm.
Spectre and No Time to Die, shot at the same time, and they would essentially be Blofeld movies. I'm not going to get into the structure, but we will down the road.
Yeah.
And that would have been better than what we got, because what we got was just kind of it just more or less willy-nilly, just rolling with the punches, and not a good way.
To be fair, most of the Bond series has been that way from the get-go. Like,
Yeah,
there's just
totally,
never
totally.
been, maybe because like
Yeah.
as you're talking more and more about the books, it's been clear. It's like, well, they can't, because the books are like, were written, and I think we have the advantage now to days of being like, okay, we live in this world now where we're like, sorry, we live in this. Sorry, we live in this advantaged world now where like we have things like Game of Thrones. Say what you will about the last season or the last two seasons, but Game of Thrones at least had the advantage of being like, well, a lot of the books had been written by the time they'd started doing the series.
Coincidentally, when they ran out of books, that's when it went to hell.
That's when it was like, yeah. So anyway, like we have that. So I think so as audience members, and we expect that. So when it comes to these James Bond books, though, like they didn't do anything out of any of this in order of the books, because they were like, well, what book are we starting with? I'm like looking at all the books and like, well, we'll start with Dr. No. Well, that's like the 6th book in the series. You know what I mean? Like it's not the first book in the series because they didn't have the rights to that book at all. Yeah. So now we're like playing things way out of order as to what they occur book wise.
Yeah,
like it's not going to be the story. The story as Fleming has laid it out from like what he was trying to write to book is not going to be the same. So starting at Dr. No, but we know we have to do all these other books, so everything's already jostled and not in the order we're expecting things to happen. So then when it comes to the Blofeld trilogy of like doing from what I think what they consider the Blofeld trilogy in the series,
OHMSS,
and then Diamonds Are Forever.
Yeah.
But Diamonds, like, and then when you look at the books, it's like Diamonds is way before that anyway, so it doesn't really,
and has nothing to do with Blofeld.
Yeah, so like it's already all tweaked.
Totally.
Hold on, SB says Quantum of Solace is a remake of License to Kill. If you think about it to be true, that LTK is the better film.
Yeah, if you think about it, you know it to be true, and License to Kill is a better film.
I don't know how you
it's
see
certainly
that
the better movie. It's again, my take will always be that Quantum is underrated, but I see the shortcomings, and License to Kill is far superior. SB, are you talking specifically just about how Bond is somebody close to him has been murdered, and now he's just gonna kill everybody he comes across? Because when it comes down to the plot itself, the plots are completely different.
Yeah, they're not the same.
That revenge theme is there, and part of why I love Quantum is that Bond murders everybody he can find because he's just pissed off. QWERTY says Quantum is superior to License to Kill. That's very interesting. I think I will, again, to tell the story for the millionth time. The reason why this show started was because Scott Lormer one night texted me, "Oh, I'm going to watch Quantum, the piece of shit." And I was like, "Hold on. What did you just say?" And then you and I started Marco Poloing about it.
Yeah, and I still think Quantum is not. I still think Quantum, like, we haven't gotten to it when we talked about the series in itself as far as what we're going through. And it's been a hot minute since I've watched any of the Bond films, to be honest. But like, I do think that Quantum is not one of the better Bond films, but it's not. I would say this:
it's flawed.
It's a very flawed movie. I get where you're coming from, where it's like it's underrated, but I'm like, yeah, it's flawed in that it really was trying. They really were trying to just figure things out, because they were like, mainly because of the writer's strike. They were like, well, shit, we got to make a Bond movie. It's a revenge movie, and that's where we're going with this, and this is the movie, and it is kind of forgettable. I think so, because like the end of the movie is like what, like about oil, and like So it doesn't really. It's
but
like a
yeah, I've seen it
continuation
so
of
many
what we have.
times that I fully understand it, and I'll always see it like
It
this.
just feels like
Let me
an
pull
odd
this back
film.
up again. Speaking of my Zelda mug,
The
I'll always
fuck
see
out of
it.
here.
I'll always see it as as analogous to you have the hit that was Ocarina of Time, and then what's the follow up? This really weird game called Majora's Mask that
Yeah.
in many ways, like depending on who you, it's one of those like personality tests almost. Are you which one do you prefer? And in a lot of ways I prefer Majora. It's like the weird dark sequel to the massively popular hit. And again, I love that Bond is pissed off and murdering everybody he can come across. The story does make sense. The bad guy maybe his worst sin is that he's a bit lackluster, or he's kind of like maybe forgettable. But
I don't quite agree. I don't quite
but it
agree.
closes out the story of Vesper. In a way
so
that I enjoy. I think the movie ruins Mathis, unfortunately. The Mathis stuff is probably the most confused part of it. But overall, that's why but what I'm getting at is I just kind of draw this analogy to Zelda, where it's like it's a sequel that most people reject, but it has its own value that to where it's undervalued because it's not as good as the bright, shining, awesome thing that came before it.
Yeah, I get that. I guess it's just that I think Quantum, it's still like it fails in being rememberable. It fails in being memorable. Sorry, rememberable. That's not a word. Memorable.
Kirkland whiskey.
Kirkland whiskey, brothers. Costco, baby.
Yeah.
It fails in being memorable film, and then it's just like kind of just go. Whereas Casino, it's like it's very memorable. I just think that Quantum just kind of like was trying to do something with oil and oil mines, and then I'm just like, I don't care. And the villain, I don't think the villain was even that memorable.
You're just pissed off because your buddy got beat up by James Bond.
I don't even care. That even part
nobody knows what I'm talking about.
He doesn't even know what I'm talking about.
An acquaintance of McCurdy's is the
it's
guy
not even.
who
It's barely
Bond murders in Quantum.
And I don't even remember when that takes place because I haven't seen the movie in a while. But like it's just like I don't. It's just a movie. I'm just like meh, whatever.
Yeah, Cordy says Quantum is it's Bond following up on the secret society that Mr. White is a part of. And I think at the time they couldn't do Spectre right. They had
exactly.
to do Quantum,
and that's what I think the problem really lies in that movie is that you could tell that they wanted to because in the books with Casino, it's established that is Smersh. But as we know, as the Bond franchises, the films goes, Smersh ended up becoming more Spectre. So then they wanted to do Spectre, but they couldn't at that particular time because they didn't have the rights to Spectre. So they're like, okay, well, we're going to make it Quantum.
Yeah.
Which wasn't a thing in the books at all. And but then
I really don't have a problem with it though.
It gets even weirder when you start to go to the next 3 movies when they're like bringing Spectre in and now Quantum is a part of Spectre. And it's like, I think because that's when it becomes really weird and just doesn't quite make sense.
Nan sent me this picture of is that from Russia with Love? The green Bentley? I'm assuming that's from Russia with Love. That's Sean Connery's ass. So
yeah, Cordy says Quantum is just a name, but whatever. But it's like, okay, you're taking the title of the movie because that was a book title.
Yeah.
And now you're making that the title of a secret society, which you wanted it to be Spectre, but you couldn't call it that. So you called it this. So it's just a clusterfuck. Like it would have made more sense to just be like, this is Spectre. This is like our reintroduction of Spectre. And then just,
it's undoubtedly confused. I don't think it's necessarily bad to be kind of confused where it's like all these secret societies and there's like this one's called this, but they're really the same thing. But I do understand what you're saying where because the behind the scenes knowledge, you're like, oh, they just did it because they didn't have the rights. It's like I always say, I don't like behind the scenes knowledge bleeding through to the story, because just because you know that behind the scenes stuff doesn't mean that it doesn't necessarily work for the film. But I do agree that, you know, had they had the rights, they would have approached the whole, what do you call that?
They could have just been like,
trilogy. They would have approached the whole thing differently.
Yeah.
And if only they would have planned out 5 movies rather than just make them one after the other, all willy-nilly.
I would have been more happy if they didn't give a name to it. You know what I mean? Like they could be like, there's a secret society that is
no name to it. Great. No name.
Don't say the name of it, but they're controlling everything. They're doing all this shit that is causing a lot of these espionage problems.
Yeah.
And then we learn the next film is like, oh, that's actually this organization called Spectre. Like, okay, well, now you're like slowly introducing versus being like, okay, it's called Quantum. And then we get to a 4th movie, and then they're like, oh, they were part of Spectre all along. And you're like, it's because you didn't go and say Spectre and you wanted to.
Yeah.
Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. All right, let me just catch up on the comments, and then we'll move along.
Just wish they kept color. K1 says, I wish they kept color coding the bad guys white.
Yeah, like green. What is this? Reservoir Dogs? Come on.
Mr. Black. No one gets to be Mr. Black,
White.
I guess you'll discuss it. SB says, I guess you'll discuss. I'm sorry, I'm a little drunk. I guess you'll discuss it in episodes. But do you think you should have kept Martin Campbell for
Dude,
QOS?
Martin Campbell should make every Bond movie ever.
Casino.
But he knows better than to do that. Like, I think Martin Campbell knows. Like, and again, I keep referring to Die Another Day because, you know, that episode's done now, so it's the only thing on my brain.
Yeah.
I make the joke in the opening where I'm like, I make the joke of even George Lazenby knew just make one Bond movie, and I know he meant to do more and backed out, but like Martin Campbell is a smart guy, and I think he was like, no, I'm good. I made my kick-ass movie and I'm out. And then when it came time to reboot it, he's like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll come in and do it right. And then he got out. Like, Martin Campbell is smart.
But
he's a smart dude, and he understands Bond. And I think he understands the meta franchise thing of like, the longer any of these series goes on, like I keep saying, no Bond ever gets a good send off. So every Bond, if they were smart, they'd make one movie and they'd get the fuck out.
I think that I think SB doesn't understand though that like okay, so the director of a film they're not, how do I say this? When you direct a movie, you don't always control what is being written necessarily. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Yeah. But you are not always in control of what is happening in the movie. It's just how that is told. That's like the simplest version of saying. And that's the simplest version of how
SB just said Campbell's next film was Green Lantern after Casino, though, which, to your point, is his most embarrassing movie. I honestly haven't seen it, but I agree. I know the reputation.
It is.
That's one of those where they kind of took control out of his hands. Like, he's
a little
written
bit.
That off. Obviously, Ryan,
again,
like
name from a director. Yeah, from a director standpoint, a director's job is more of like how a story is told versus what is told. So, like, I think that sometimes, as fans, sometimes we like to put the director so much on the forefront that they're the exemplary version of how and why and what is said, but that's not always true. And if people forget that, like, the writer has a huge part of like what is said, as far as how it. But again, it's the director who's really showing how that is something is told. When you see the actors being cast, when you see the performances that are being done, when you're seeing the camera angles and how from the scene that is being told, that's the director. But it's not always what is being said.
Yeah.
So when it comes to like, oh, we got to bring Martin Campbell back, that'll fix everything. That's like it's not always.
Yeah.
Yes, sometimes the directors does have some say, and
It
we like will
starts from
talk
the
to the
script.
writer.
It's always going to start
It'll
from the
start from the
script.
script.
Yeah.
So when you have shit, who do we talk? I'm blanking names right now. But the
Purvis and
two
Wade.
Bruce and Wade are the guys that are going
Purvis
to
and
be like
Wade. Neil Purvis
Purvis
and
and Wade.
Robert
Thank
Wade.
you.
We
Purvis
talk
and
about
Wade
this
are the
every episode where it's like
Yeah.
those guys are clearly smart. You can squint and
They're
you can
not
see
stupid.
you can see between Tomorrow Never Dies to The World Is Not Enough to Die Another Day. You can see that the script was probably great in the beginning.
Yeah.
And I don't know because I haven't read them, but you can read between the lines. But then it comes down to the directors and the separate directors and the producers just being like Tomorrow Never Dies is going to be a big dumb action movie. The World's Not Enough. Someone was commenting recently. Sorry, I can't remember who was saying it, but this is a good message for you to hear, McCurdy, that apparently Dr. Jones in the original script had all of the character motivation and the intelligence, like all the things we said, if only she had those things. She had all of those. And then, whoever decided to cast Denise Richards, which it could be the director or it could be the producers because she has big titties. They get rid of all the characterization and they just focus on the TNA because they want to sell tickets, and they're thinking short term, they're not thinking long term. And that's the sad thing. And meanwhile, the writers are going, she was a fantastic character until you fuckers ruined her. And so that's the thing. We talk a lot about these themes through the Die Another Day episode because clearly something bad happened to Die Another Day. And it wasn't just 9/11. It wasn't just 9/11.
And I think SP just said Campbell's next film was Green Lantern after Cena, though. I think Green Lantern has a bad reputation of being not the best film. But if you look at how many writers were on that attached to that film, like there are more than there should be.
Yeah.
If you look at here's a good marker for anybody out there who wants to know if a movie's going to be good or bad. If there are more than three, I would say three, probably.
Yeah.
If there are more than three writers on a movie, that's a good indicator the movie's not going to be a good movie.
Yeah.
And the reason
it's going to be all over the place.
The reason why is because the first maybe two, you might have a team of two guys that write a movie or two people that write a movie. And then you maybe have another person who comes back and does another draft that tweaks some things. But if you have a draft that's way more than three, what's happened is someone wasn't happy with the first three, those first three people, and they went back and over tweaked. So then there's all these residual things that were left over from the other script that are still in there that just it doesn't mesh with what the producers or whoever wanted to keep in there.
Yeah.
The movie's not going to be good because you're just going to have too many voices in the kitchen to why the movie just wasn't what what I think most audiences
it's not
want.
cohesive and focused.
It's not
all
exactly
over the place.
Exactly.
My
That's
favorite example of that's somewhat recent is Jurassic World, where you have there's it's got to be the same thing as Jurassic Park, where it's but this time the park was a full thing, and then the dinosaurs get out when it's like Disney World. Okay, that's fun. But then you also have this bad guy who wants to weaponize velociraptors for military use, and it's that's a whole different story. And that's interesting. Let's make a whole different movie on that idea alone. And that's where somebody came in and was like, "Oh, I've always had this. I love Jurassic Park. I've always had this idea. What if you could use those velociraptors as instead of drones in the military?" And then he writes that in. Yeah. And then it goes to the next guy who writes in something goofy, and the next guy. And so it becomes unfocused and all over the place. And as you're watching it, you're like, I don't know what's happening. Whereas with that initial with that first movie, it's like one guy stood up and said, "Let me tell you a story. Once there was a guy digging up dinosaur bones, and then he's invited to this park, and then he goes on the ride of the park, and then things go bad, and then it is focused and fluid. there isn't just like suddenly Dennis Nedry's like, sir, I think we should sell the Triceratopses to the Navy, you know, and you're like, Dennis, get out of here. You're ruining the movie, you know. So that's
like,
my
that's
favorite.
a whole other.
Like, that's my favorite
thing.
example of because what was that movie? 2015 or something?
Yeah, something like that.
But you see it all the time, and it's when you see
written
by so and 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 so, you're like, this is gonna suck.
Because I want to make that a point, because sometimes people like love to blame the director for all the mistakes of a film, like in the case of like Green Lantern and stuff. And I like point out, like, no, like directors are usually about how a story is told, not what is specifically told in the movie. And if the thing that's specifically told in the movie is so like over, because Green Lantern had its own issues where the writers wanted, the people who were in charge of that movie originally wanted to make that basically the jumping off point for a DC movie, where they wanted to add Superman and a lot of other stuff to that movie that got cut out of the original script and ideas for that. And Martin Candle's stuck in this, like, I got to make this movie work kind of thing, and have to cast all these people, and like, you know, like he's got to do all these other things to it. So like, I love when people are like, oh, well, it's Martin Campbell's fault the movie's trash or whatever. I'm like, that's not how.
But the way it works, though, because it's like anything else, it's like politics, right? It's when you're in charge and it's a success, you get all the credit.
Exactly.
When you're in charge and it's a failure, you get all the blame. And that's just how it is. Because when you're on set and you have a mission, you are the leader. And then when you're saying, I mean, like on my end of things, I will shamelessly, like when something's happening, I'll be like, anybody have any, you know, like whatever, you're doing some take where you need a bunch of different options. I'll look at everybody in the room. Anybody have any ideas? And that's because the more brains, the better. But at the end of the day, you are the one, if you're directing, you're the one that's saying, we're going to do this and we're not going to do that. And that's why, you know, somebody could say, well, I was the PA and I came up with this idea. And it's like, yeah. But that was just one of the decisions I made over the course of, you know, weeks and weeks and all that. So it's no different than being the president and you win the war, so you get all the glory, or you lose the war and they hang you, you know.
Yeah. But when I want to go back to SP's comment about, I guess, like bringing Martin Campbell back.
Nathan Fisher just signed up as a member.
Holy shit!
He's usually such a cheap son of a bitch. Sorry, go ahead.
Cheap. Anyway,
thanks for the dollar, Nans.
Going back to SP's comment though, where he was talking about like, well, why didn't you bring Martin Campbell back? And then when it fixed Quantum of Solace. Part of the issue, though, like we'll talk about this when we get to Quantum of Solace. Part of the issue was that Quantum of Solace like came out right when the writer's strike happened, and like I don't think it mattered whoever was the director at that time. There was going to be some kind of issues because there was no like legitimate script for that film. So whoever, you know, I don't remember that. I think it was Gavin Hood. I think that's who the director is. I could be wrong. But whoever the director was of Quantum of Solace, that's part of like what was going on. It wasn't really, you know. So I you know, it's all over the place. Yeah. Actually, you're right. Green Lantern wasn't all Campbell's fault. The original script was highly ambitious, but there was tons of issues behind the scenes. Funny enough, he wanted Pierce Brosnan for the role. I did not know that.
For a role? Yeah, that's dope.
For a role. But that would have been interesting to have him.
Yeah.
Mark
Forster was the Quantum
Mark Forster.
director.
I feel like wasn't Gavin Hood like the writer or something? I could be wrong, Cordy. I don't remember.
We missed a comment though from SP that says Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace is like Matrix and Matrix Reloaded. I literally can't remember anything about the second film except Monica Bellucci's neckline. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I remember the second movie only because I remember the second movie because of the basically you get to the scene where the architect and all that stuff. I remember all of that. In the car chase down the giant freeway and all that stuff.
I will put right here. I will do it right now. One of my favorite fan edits was for The Matrix, and I had a buddy of mine who in particular who was like the Matrix freak of my friends, and he was like, you saved these movies for me, dude. You saved these movies for me. I was like, that's high praise. I love that. I'm going to send a Rumble link to it because Rumble's the only thing that keeps it without deleting it. But there's a couple more that we missed. Hang on. We've got Nans and QWERTY going back and forth using ranked emojis, but on StreamYard, they don't show up. So they just show up as text. And Nathan is posting his own emoji. So he's firmly on Team Nans. But I appreciate you, QWERTY. He posted my emoji. And it says Gavin Hood did X-Men Origins.
Yeah,
yes.
he's right. He did do Gavin. I don't know why I was thinking Gavin Hood, but yeah, you're right. Mark Forrester was the director on Quantum, and Gavin Hood has nothing to do with Quantum, by the way. So yes, you are correct. I don't know. I think I'm thinking Quantum. I think I'm thinking of Gavin Hood because he was involved with the X-Men, but I also think he was involved in early versions of Avengers, and then that didn't happen. So my apologies.
And then SB says that Mark Forster made World War Z. I remember that, actually. Yeah, World War Z, I mean, the book is one of those things where the book is always going to be better. And then with the movie, because it's an oral history, right?
World War Z had some issues, I think. If I stand corrected, like
I've never seen it again.
There was different. You know. I've never seen it, but I remember like
I haven't seen it again. I saw it, but I haven't seen it maybe a second time. I just remember like it was like, let's go. You know, you've got slow zombies, you've got fast zombies, and then these zombies are kind of like a wave of water. And
where they're all like interconnected, it's like almost a virus
it was itself. Yeah. It was, they flowed as if it was water. And you know, and that's interesting, I guess. But the book itself is they're slow zombies, which tend to be classier. And it says the movie's okay. The video game was liked very much. I don't even know there was a video game. Okay, these links that I'm posting, though, are
give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go take a piss. So talk whatever about whatever. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm talking Matrix. I've made a couple of fan edits here and there because all I do is stare at screens all day. So I made a Matrix, the sequels. I cut the sequels into one. It's like 1 3-hour movie. That for me kind of fixes them. Occasionally, I'm pissed off enough about how a movie turned out that I'll make my own cut for it, and then that's all I'll watch in for the rest of forever. So I posted a streaming link, but then also a Google Drive link, and you can download it if anybody out there cares to watch fun fan edit of the Matrix sequels. It's 3 hours, I think, exactly, but it just kind of streamlines it, I guess. I haven't even seen the latest movie, but anyway, while McCurdy is gone, I don't know if we're gonna finish all these, but still reading through Secret Service. But the girl reached up a swift hand that smelt of Guerlain's ode and put it across his lips. I said, no conversation. Take off those clothes. Make love to me. You are handsome and strong. I want to remember what it can be like. Do anything you like. And tell me what you like and what you would like from me. Be rough with me. Treat me like the lowest whore in creation. Forget everything else. No questions. Take me. It's good I read that now because y'all know how much McCurdy loves Tracy Bond. He'd be like, oh my God, she's a whore. He'd probably cry about it again. But yeah, that's her. She was just like, I want you to beat my pussy up, Mr. Bond. And Bond's like, okay. After I think he had, same was true there. He like saved her from killing herself and all that. So, now I can't find my quotes. Oh, okay, wait. I went back to reading On Her Majesty's Secret Service. I saved you from. I just read about how much of a hooker your girlfriend was. Oh wait,
thank you.
yeah,
I appreciate
Nance. I mean, oh yeah. Nance is asking about the Hobbit edit. If anybody wants the Hobbit edit, just post a comment. I'll send that out too.
I will say this: that
I can't
it's
wait.
a very
You
makes
get to
sense
Rings of Power. I will
edit.
never watch Rings of Power. I will never watch it because it's obviously going to be garbage. And so far,
I
the
don't.
reviews
I'm
have been
curious
garbage.
about it. I'm curious. Here's the thing: like we talked about lately, they had this both Rings of Power, and then the House of Dragons came out, and I was like, I really got towards the end of seasons of Game of Thrones, like the later season, I really got into it, and I was like, I wanted to know about the history and the lore and all stuff, and I'm like, I don't really know if I care that much about House of Dragons. That being said, also with Rings of Power, I do believe Rings of Power has more to do with prequel stuff, like how the rings
I
got
think it's
made
how
and
the
stuff like
rings
that.
were created. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
It's less about
well,
like
and Yoda
Lord of the
Boy's
Rings.
asking what I base that on, and it is based on it being. They clearly, or not clearly, because again, I haven't watched it, but I don't plan on watching it because everybody will ask me about like, what was the example I used? It's like, somebody asking about me about like, oh, you're gonna watch this thing, and I'm like, well, no, like Lord of the Rings is done. There's never gonna be another Lord of the Rings, like
Yeah,
unless they straight up remake it. There's no, oh no, there's a Lord of the Rings TV show. That is meaningless to me. That doesn't mean anything.
yeah,
I'm and from what I've heard, they're not really following Tolkien. So what's the point? Why would I fill my head with that garbage? If people came through and said, you know what, like I thought so too, but it's actually pretty great. Until I hear those words, my assumption from the get-go was like, no, that's just gonna be garbage. No, but it's Lord of the Rings. No, it was some corporation bought out the rights so that they could create new garbage that has nothing to do with Tolkien whatsoever. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm perfectly okay with the Lord of the Rings, which was completed back in 2003, and that's it. Like, we're done here. There's nothing else to see. I'm happy with that, there's no need to move along, which he says, fair enough. The good thing about House of the Dragon is that it's supposed to be following the book material, which, I mean, they still have George Martin. George Martin is developing all of these things, whereas Tolkien, even Chris Tolkien hated the Lord of the Rings films. But regardless, there's no adding to it. There's no sequel to be had there. There's just you like, we're done, so I have no interest.
yeah.
But
Well, okay. So SB says, "What? That's me with the Terminator franchise. It was just T1, T2. The rest are expensive fan fiction." And then Yoda Boy says, "And it feels like a return to form for the early Game of Thrones, which was top tier TV, in my opinion."
so far, the buzz of that show, I'm like, maybe
I haven't
could
watched
watch
either
it.
of them, by the way.
The only trouble is that, knowing that if you keep watching House of the Dragon, eventually, if you keep watching, you already know how Game of Thrones is going to end. And somebody, I think it was Nerdrotic, that talked about how somebody on Nerdrotic was like, instead of making House of the Dragon, take all that money and remake season 8. Everybody would, like, nowadays, you could probably get away with that. Just straight up bring everybody back and just remake it. And it sounds absurd, but I think it's so absurd that people would be like, yeah, do it. Yeah, fantastic. We'll take that initial season, throw it out the window, and remake it.
Yeah.
And then maybe even keep the show going, because George Martin wanted it to go on for like 15 seasons.
Nance, why don't you just why can't Nance just hop on?
Because he's laying in bed naked
just
without
put his
any of his
fucking phone on. I don't understand. SB
Well, he's
says,
got Discord.
HBO.
Okay, Nance,
He does. Nance,
Nance.
just get on.
Get on.
HBO
The
says
link is on Discord. Just get on for 5 minutes.
get on
and
for
then,
5 minutes.
and then you can get back to whatever you were doing.
Ispy says, HBO has lined up 5 more projects for that series.
Yeah, Game of Thrones.
There's a lot more stories for Game of Thrones.
Tons of Game of Thrones stuff coming out.
Because I know for a fact, like they're talking about a Jon Snow series with him going to the north. There's another series in talks with Arya going off to the Eastros, which I think would be interesting. So and then
they have some animated ones. There's like 2 animated ones in the works.
There's another prequel series that has to do with the Hedge Knight. Like there's other stories. That world is so vast and so big that there's plenty of stories they could start with.
Yeah.
Not a bad start. Not nearly as strong as original Game of Thrones. Nah, I'm good. Come on, Nance. Come on,
Nance. Here's the Hobbit. Because if you're going to be laying in bed for 5 hours, here why don't you stream the Hobbit? You trick biatch. Okay, so I read something about Tracy Bond that
okay, go ahead. Tracy Bond.
Was it SB? SB said, "Are you reading the right book?" It sounds like you're reading from 50 Shades of Grey. I'm not going to read it again because you'll just cry, McCurdy. It was at this moment in his reflections that the synchrophone in his trouser pocket began to bleep. Bond accelerated out of the park and drew up beside the public telephone booth at Marble Arch. The synchrophone had recently been introduced and was carried by all officers attached to headquarters. It was a light plastic radio receiver about the size of a pocket watch. When an officer was somewhere in London within a range of 10 miles of headquarters, he could be bleeped on the receiver. When this happened, people used to have these things called pagers. When this happened, it was his duty to go at once to the nearest telephone and contact his office. He was urgently needed. Bond rang his exchange on the only outside number he was allowed to use, said 007 reporting, and was at once put through to his secretary. She was a new one, Leela Ponsonby. Had at least left to marry a dull but worthy and rich member of the Baltic Exchange and confined her contacts with her old job to a rather yearning Christmas and birthday card confined her contacts with her old job to rather yearning Christmas and birthday cards to the members of the 00 section. But the new one, Mary Goodnight, just showed up in Secret Service. But the new one, Mary Goodnight, an ex-Wren with blue-black hair, blue eyes, and 37-22-35, was a honey, and there was a private 5-pound sweep in the section as to who would get her first. Bond had been lying equal favorite with the ex-Royal Marine Commando, who was 006. But since Tracy had dropped out of the field and now regarded himself as a rank outsider, though he still rather bitchily flirted with her. Now he said to her, "Good morning, good night. What can I do for you? Is it war or peace?" So they have a poll in the office about who's going to bang Mary Goodnight first.
Oh my God. Wow.
Uh-huh.
Wow. Anyway, wait, we got what? I don't even know what we're talking about.
Oh my God. McCurdy, you're drunker than the DAD episode.
You were like, Ryan, you're gonna cry. Well, I'm
Oh no, I read about the things that Tracy says to Bond before he bangs her for the first time. It's dirty, and you don't want nothing to do with it, McCurdy. You don't want nothing to do with it. It got everybody all hot and sweaty.
Softcore reading.
Softcore reading. This one's short. My father was a Scot and my mother was Swiss. Just, because we were always talking about how Bond is Scottish, but he's half Swiss.
Wait, he says that, or does Tracy say
that? Bond says that. Okay.
Because I think I talked about that. This is almost 2 years ago now. Since we talked about that episode. About for your eyes only, or sorry, for On Her Majesty's Secret Service, but like one of the things that was parallel to another franchise was Batman, was that the creation of the character Ra's al Ghul and Draco. Because Draco is actually like the antithesis for creating that character, because the writers Denny O'Neil loved the idea of Batman befriending this supervillain, because Draco essentially, even he's not a supervillain in the book, he's like, oh well, he's a master criminal, he is like a part of the criminal world.
Yeah.
And then Bond falling in love with his daughter. So like I always find that interesting, that like that there was that whole dichotomy of that. And then but in all, though, that Bond was still like using this criminal's daughter as a way to get to the real villain, and that being Blofeld.
Yeah.
This real master criminal that he's after.
Yeah. And this is why I recommend to everybody to read these books if you're a fan of the films, because it can fill in the gaps. And you might.
How much did I drink? God damn, McCurdy. Not all of this. Is that
okay?
Yoda boy, is that all you want to know?
McCurdy, you in this state of mind, I told you, I'm willing to go until we finish all the novels, until we finish them all.
I don't think I'm going to go all that way. I'll
leave it to you then.
Go to quantum.
Do you want to keep going? Do you want to keep going right now? Or because I would, we've gone through 2 brews apiece. I have a little bit of beer left. I don't
have a brew in me.
Like, yes, you got the whiskey,
all
but
hard liquid.
I need to pee, and I want to keep boozing on the whiskeys. If you want to continue, do you want to continue?
Well, let's just go a little bit longer. That's fine.
Okay. I'm going to read one more quote, and then as soon as I'm done, I'm going to run away to the little voice room. You think Blofeld's smart because you've seen the smart side of him, said Sable Basilisk. This guy's name is Sable Basilisk. Sapiently. I've seen hundreds of smart people from the city, industry, politics, famous people I've been quite frightened to meet when they walked into this room. But when it comes to snobbery, to buying respectability, so to speak, whether it's the title they're going to choose or just a coat of arms to hang over their fireplaces, in Surbiton, is that a city? They dwindle and dwindle in front of you. He made a downward motion over his desk with his hand until they're no bigger than homunculi, like homunculus. And the women are even worse. The idea of suddenly becoming a lady in their small community is so intoxicating that the way they bare their souls is positively obscene. It's as if Sable Basilisk furrowed his high, pale brow, seeking for a simile. These fundamentally good citizens, these Smiths and Browns and Joneses, and he smiled across the desk, Bonds, regarded the process of an ennoblement as a sort of laying on of hands, a way of ridding themselves of all the drabness of their lives, of all their, so to speak, essential meagerness, their basic inferiority. Don't worry about Blofeld. He has already swallowed the bait. So this is the heraldry guy, right? Talking about how, heraldry makes snobs of everybody, because it's like, oh, I could be a lady, and then once I'm declared a lady, I have purpose now. I'm special. Okay. Even though you might be stupid. It's like, no, I'm special now. And I will now go pee.
Oh no, I'm left by myself with Charles. So how much did I drink? God damn. I don't drink often, to be honest. So too much, probably too much. I don't think I need to be drinking anymore. And then SB says, I never read. No, I'm here. Nans, why don't you just jump on here and on your phone, and then we'll you could save me. SB says, I never read OHMSS. I've been reading the latest Bond novels. They have not released in the last couple of years. Yeah, I've not read. I feel like reading the later films, or the later books that weren't written by Fleming, just don't feel like they count. Nance, you drink too much. That's for sure. Drink water. I am not getting up from the seat now that Charlie is not here, so I don't have any control over what is happening right now, other than I can't even share my own screen. Like Charlie has control over that because he has the link for the for screen share. So even if I share screen share stuff, how many more books are left to cover? Well, considering we are still on Honor Majesty's Secret Service, and then there's You Only Live Twice, The Man with the Golden Gun, which is actually his last full novel. And then you have Octopussy and the Living Daylights, which is the compilation books. Here he comes. Here comes Charlie. Hopefully one more live stream still to cover it. Show toes.
Peeing in shifts. Like guards.
Yeah, at least I don't know. I don't even know what you did the last time.
Huh?
Just drank too much.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
This in the DAD episode, it's the first time that I just left in me pissing in a bottle. Just like whatever, like that episode is just a shit show of drunkenness.
Hold on. Unknown Cake Lover says, while we wait, do you know of the song "No Good About Goodbyes"? It's a song by Shirley Bassey, written by David Arnold and Don Black, and released just as fuck a cute Quantum of Solace theme from it appeared in the movie.
Just after Quantum of Solace? Is that what he's trying to say? Just after Quantum of Solace?
I don't think so. No.
Check this out though. The only whiskey in the house is Nathan's. This is Nathan's Evan Williams. This is for calling me an idiot all night. Nans, I'm drinking your booze now. Who's the idiot now?
Same here. But there's interesting as to how they shuffle the stories in between the main Bond missions, such as Quantum, Casino, Goldfinger, etc. SB, not all of them, just some. Cake Liver, I meant just after. Sorry. Don't touch Evan.
It's so chillingly cold, man. See, like,
oh. You're almost done with that, but like
I'm telling you, dude, why not go all night and finish off these novels? We're on Secret Service, and then we have You Only Live Twice, Man with the Golden Gun, and then Octopus. We only have 3 more after this.
Only 3.
I mean, knock one out. So long, Mary, or rather, good night. Good night.
So I didn't realize. So wait. You're telling me those Good Night showed up in On Your Majesty's Secret Service before?
Yes,
I didn't know that.
Still Secret Service. I'm confident it's still Secret Service. And that's the thing. She was just like a secretary. She was just an assistant. She was just James Bond's assistant. You know. And then hold on. They brought her in for Golden Gun, obviously.
Okay, so Yoda Boy asks, "Trimming off topic about how do you guys all know each other?" We all went to high school with each other in Indiana, and now at least Charlie and Nan still live in Indiana. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, where I work on film productions down here. So that's how we. And Charlie had also worked on film productions in LA, in Chicago, and I don't know where else, but
all over the world, baby.
That's how we kind of have. That's where all of our knowledge is.
What? I also dated McCurdy's mom for a bit.
Yeah. No, you didn't. Get the fuck out of here,
dude. I loved putting your mom in the DAD episode.
That's so good.
The ironically called the dad episode. I'm your daddy, motherfucker. Okay. Let me knock one out. So long, Mary, or rather, good night, and keep out of trouble till I get back. She said, "You do that to yourself." I won't do my good night impression. She bent and picked up the books and papers from the floor, and keeping her face hidden from Bond, went to the door and kicked it shut behind her with her heel. A moment or two later, she opened the door again. Her eyes were bright. "I'm sorry, James. Good luck and happy Christmas." She closed the door softly behind her. Bond looked at the blank face of the Office of Works cream door, What a dear girl Mary was. But now there was Tracy. He would be near her in Switzerland. It was time to make contact again. He had been missing her, wondering about her. Yeah, trails off. So there you go. He's like, that Mary Goodnight's pretty cool, but that Tracy, she was so damaged. That Mary Goodnight's just a jolly old English babe, but that Tracy's so damaged. Well, I mean, everybody here heard what Tracy said to Bond before he banged her, but I haven't read that to you because you would cry, McCurdy. Anyway.
Why would I cry?
Shut up. I must get myself unpacked.
Why would I cry?
Of course.
Are you guys reading the
Sir
whole
Hillary,
book in a
forgive
one
me
go
for
on
detaining you. And on
we're
this
not.
gracious note, Irma Bunt closed the door with its decisive click behind her. Bond stood in the middle of the room. He let out his breath with a quiet hiss. What the hell of a kettle of fish? He would have liked to kick one of the dainty bits of furniture very hard indeed. But he had noticed that of the 4 electric light prisms in the ceiling, one was a blank, protruding eyeball. Closed-circuit television? If so, what would be its range? Not much more than a wide circle covering the center of the room. Microphones? Probably the whole expanse of ceiling was one. That was the wartime gimmick. He simply must assume that he was under constant supervision. Things like this, like I know right away why I highlighted this. Why would I highlight this out of the book? Well, because
we talked about it on
we talk about how
last...
it's like Bond's going around banging all the patients, and it's like, dude, don't you think they're watching you? And again, that's my biggest problem with Secret Service is that Bond can't keep his dick in his pants. It's like the movie, it is the pussy over mission movie, right? I'm always talking about how Bond's generally mission over pussy, but it is Secret Service where it's like, dude, keep your fucking dick in your pants. You have a job to do.
Hold on, but you have James Bond, and James Bond knows that by sleeping with these women, he can get them to talk, right? Yeah. Right? You know that, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a, and I don't know, I do have a question behind this. I am very drunk, by the way. But if you have
this Evan is really good, by the way, Nance. Thank you. I think I'll pour some more.
You have a bunch of women who all are under the employ of Mr. Blofeld.
Yeah.
In the movies, at least. I don't know how different it is in the books, but apparently the books are somewhat close to the movies, right? Yes, no?
Secret Service specifically?
Yes, Secret Service specifically.
Yes. Yes, but it's better because it fills in all the blanks and doesn't have all the bullshit.
Of course. Okay. So, but he's sleeping with all these women, or like presumed is sleeping with some of the women to get information as to what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that doesn't ruin it for me.
But the way he goes about it.
But what ruins it for you?
It's more about he's really hardly trying to get information out of them. It's the focus. His sole focus is getting it in. Like he's not like, it maybe afterwards he asks some questions and she's talking about chickens, and all that stuff. But overall, the kind of the information he gleans is secondary.
I look like Christian Slater.
Wait, that's a fantastic compliment. Which, okay, McCurdy, we do need to fix your emoji because you look.
I haven't even seen this emoji.
Really?
I have not even seen this emoji. I have to look at it.
Okay, wait. Let me just real quick. I can pull it up. I can.
Oh my god!
I can find it, and because like everybody using them will have seen tiny versions of them.
Okay.
But
I haven't seen any of this stuff. I'm just
hoping that I have them sitting right here.
I've been too busy with work to like give in too much of a shit right now. Like
totally understandable.
So if someone's like, well, why haven't you looked at them? Like, because I've been working. I'm like, and when I say working, I'm in doing 14-hour days on a television show and not really paid attention to anything else.
Yeah.
That's where that comes from. Like,
Yeah. I can't remember where I put these.
some people like look at me like, what are you talking about?
Can you explain to SB that we're not reading the books, we're just reading excerpts?
We're just reading experts. Like
Experts.
experts. We're just reading excerpts. I hate
Okay.
you.
I mean, I just said that.
hate you.
I mean, I guess there's nothing more to say.
No, that's really all,
Okay.
really all it is. But
What it is I read all the books. I just like Bond, I sacrificed myself. I read all the books just in case there was information.
Hold on. Let me, as God says, I wish the McCurdy emoji involved him holding several Cayman Jacks bottles.
I thought about it. I honestly thought about that being the case. And guys, here's the thing. Because
I haven't watched the episode, guys.
Lemmy's a member. So, so like, as a member, you're going to be using this thing. If you have any kind of like, hey, you should do this, you should do that, I'm for it, because we kind of look like weirdos.
We are weirdos, though.
But like, we look kind of creepy, and I'm going to post them right now. I'm going to put them up so everybody can see them. They look weird, and they need to be fixed. I just put them up right away, though. But I do need to talk to the artist and get them fixed. And so, like, I might do that. I might have McCurdy like banging a bottle of Cayman Jacks or something. Why not? I think that would be good fun.
I hate you.
I can do anything I want to you.
I know you can.
To your digital body. But anyway, so I read all these books, and going through, I would highlight things that just, anytime I'm reading a book, I'm just highlighting things that I find interesting. But then afterwards, I was like, I have all these quotes. Let's go through. Let's talk about them. And so it'd be things where, like, an obvious one was, how much money does Bond make in a year?
Yeah.
Or what's Bond's day-to-day
life?
like?
Dealt with in the films.
Yeah, things that you don't see. And then things like that, where, like, talking about Mary Goodnight, I knew McCurdy would be like, fuck her, or just,
she's the worst. Fuck her. Yeah. No, really.
Anything that has to do with discussions we've had, and as you'll notice, a lot of things I highlight are things about Bond's character, but specifically Bond's effect on women, because we live in this progressive age where women being attracted to a man is bad. But at the end of the day, why do women go for the bad boy? Well, because they want him to be like Bond. They want him to be capable of doing awful things, but not doing awful things to them. And there's a reason for that. There's a biological drive towards something like that we're told to ignore, but it's always there. And Bond embodies that, because he is capable of doing awful things, but he does it for Queen and Country. And that's why, that's what makes him attractive. Okay. I need to share my screen.
I haven't seen the emojis, guys. Like,
I'm about to do it. I'm about to pull it up. I'm about to pull it up. I'm like doing that thing where I'm like, okay, I don't have anything questionable on my screen before I share it, right?
Okay, now I'm starting to see these.
Okay,
because it took me a second, because I'm like, what are these emojis?
So this is our, you can see that, right? So that's our like LOL, our LOL emoji is me, I guess, crying. I look like I'm in anime.
Okay.
This is obviously Nan's. He's our like emoji.
Of course. Yeah, he's got to be, because,
Because it's Nan's. There's you, McCurdy.
Okay.
Your love. You're like, I love this thing.
I love that.
And then this is the Team Charles emoji.
Because you're a cuck.
Team Charles.
I get it.
And it's just me, looking weird. Here's you looking weird.
I do look fucking weird.
It almost looks like he yellowed your teeth. Like, it looks like he purposely yellowed you. I think we need to give you some sunglasses, because you look stoned.
I look stoned as shit.
and then
I am not, honestly, Charlie, I'm not happy with that one. I want to sue.
Oh, totally. I think I'm going to get back to the guy and be like,
I hate you.
We really need to maybe kind of like not like make us look
like, I don't know what episode that's from, but it's awful. Fuck off.
Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe, you at the opening of Die Another Day, Yeah. For some reason, at the opening, you wore sunglasses, and then you didn't wear them
I
the rest
did
of the
it
show.
because we were on a weird episode. Hold on, what's Nan's texting me? Hold on. Yeah, the Nans of the Cayman Jack bottles.
Yeah. Holding the Cayman Jack bottles, you know.
I don't even have those anymore. I threw them all
And
out.
the thing is this, for all y'all watching, we get 6 emojis at the beginning, and then the more members you have on the channel, the more emojis you get. And like overall, who cares? Emojis are just fun. They're just like a cherry on top. Because like we've been saying, if you give us $1 a month, it's like hopefully just because you like us. But then we're trying to provide more value for that dollar, like putting out remastered episodes that are members only, that are ad free.
Like
and then eventually every episode will be in that members only thing, and it will be ad free. So it's almost like you're paying for Hulu ad free or something.
We've talked about probably over a year ago, at least at some point, had talked about doing a Austin Powers episode that was all about the 3 Austin Powers films. We have talked about doing a Casino Royale, the first film version of Casino Royale. We've talked about doing at least some kind of Never Say Never Again episode.
Yeah.
We've also talked about when there's a third one in there, and I'm blanking on
the Casino Royale. Did you already say that? The parody
We
one?
said Casino Royale, Never Say Never, and there's some other unofficial Bond that I'm thinking of. But at least those main 3.
We're talking about comparing those two to the 1950s Casino Royale.
Yeah. So there's been a Casino. Yeah. So Casino Royale, like the unofficial Casino Royale, Never Say Never Again, which is probably the closest thing to come to an official Bond, because you have Sean Connery coming back to play Bond, and then doing an episode about trying to think if there's anything else. Austin Powers, probably. Those 3 have been talked about very at length, but mainly the Never Say Never Again, I think.
Yeah.
And I agree with hold on. Going back to the comments, I agree we should do a Cayman Jack emoji.
My point being, though, that we can keep adding emojis over time. Yeah. Right now, we're limited to 6.
Sure.
I think one more member and we'll have 7, and then they slowly unlock until you can have 50 of them. So we could, if everybody wants to have fun with it, we could do like a cock and balls emoji, if that's what people want. Like we can do whatever we want. We're just limited until we unlock these. But it's funny though, because
Spy Kids.
as we
says Spy Kids. What?
Like rank Spy Kids?
I mean,
I would do Rodriguez movies.
I would do the Spy Kids films.
How many are there? 3?
There are 4 movies.
4? Oh my god.
There are 4.
Do like a palate cleanser. Like after Bond, we'd
Spy
do fucking Spy Kids.
We're gonna go into Spy Kids.
It's funny though. He said you look like Christian Slater, but yeah, SB. At work, I would always get the Liev. He said I look like Liev Schreiber. I got that so much in Chicago that I started just telling people that he's my dad. Because I would get it almost daily. I'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's my dad."
What Bond?
That's your dad? Yeah, it's my dad.
Hold on. Drink Up 44 says, what Bond villain is closest to Klaus Schwab?
Klaus Schwab. Well, that's the joke about Klaus Schwab, is that everybody's like, no real life villain is going to be like a Bond villain. Oh, wait, because Klaus Schwab has the German accent and dresses, like Blofeld. So, but I don't know who is, I mean, Goldfinger, like a heavy German accent. Very Germanic, but he doesn't look like him though. He looks like, him and Jeff Bezos look more similar than, I guess, Blofeld. I would have to say Klaus Schwab is probably closest to Blofeld, right?
Sure. I
think that's the only option. Drink Up. Do you have another person in mind? But I'm gonna submit Blofeld.
I would say, you know who I'd say? I'd say Dolph Humanoid's boy.
Dolph Humanoids needs a fucking emoji. Let me write that down.
Yes, please.
That's gonna happen.
Yeah,
That is gonna fucking happen.
I would say he looks like Klaus Schwab looks more like Stromberg.
Yeah, I see that. Totally see that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dolph humanoids. They're the
Dolph
future.
humanoids.
They're the future.
Hold on.
Oh god damn it! 69 megas back. Get out of here.
SB says McCurdy won a little too like Mike Myers. I'm sorry. SB says Spy Kids, just a joke. Klaus Schwab, yes. SB says it's insane how the 2000s you saw an influx of spy themed films. There's so many. Let me is God says think. Good call. Drink up says that's what I was thinking. And
SB's responding to 69mega.com. Remember, everybody, this whole live stream is sponsored by 69mega.com. Don't forget, before you go to bed, you'll sleep better. Go to 69mega.com. Masturbate.
You'll get malware.
We don't know what's there.
your computer may be like infected with malware, but you might have a good time. I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, Dolph Humanoids episode is one of my tops. Thank you. That's all Charlie. That is all Charlie. What's your favorite Bond game? Not GoldenEye. Okay, so Drink Up 44. My favorite
Nightfire.
My favorite Bond game is actually GoldenEye Rogue Agent. Is actually my favorite Bond game, and only because someone got it for me as a Christmas present, and I played the shit out of it, and it's probably the only Bond game that I really have played the shit out of.
So McCurdy brought that to. We started.
Nobody wanted to play
Jeff Simpson and I. Jeff was on the first episode, and then he went back to school or something. He couldn't join us for the remainder. Jeff and I started the video game club at our high school here in Indiana. And McCurdy showed up with GoldenEye Rogue Agent, and I was like,
nobody wanted to play.
Like, I played with you. I just remember playing the Man with the Golden Gun level, where you run around the mirror and all that.
That's what was cool about it. Is it had the Man with the Golden Gun. Yeah. It had the View to a Kill. It had that level. And then it had some levels that were based in the game. But it was a fun. I don't know. I always enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. I always thought it was a fun game.
It was like a fun twist on the whole GoldenEye theme.
Because
let's have this guy with this weird eye.
And then all of the
is an augmentation, right? They have an augmentation.
Yes, but the thing that sucked about the game is that if you replayed the game from the different levels, you couldn't use the augmentation from the later levels for the earlier levels. So it wasn't the best game in that respect.
Yeah. Nightfire was the shit. Nightfire, because Agent Under Fire was a good start, but then Nightfire was like the one that I just remember playing the multiplayer. The multiplayer had bots. So for me, growing up with no brothers and not having internet back in the day, like before internet gaming, you could just turn on bots to play. I mean, imagine playing GoldenEye 64 and you could turn on bots and you could play by your pathetic self because you didn't have friends or family that would play with you. Nightfire was like good for that. But then also just like the story, like that game. I actually played that game recently. Because the reason why this channel started was because I left Chicago because of COVID, and it was like, well, we got nothing better than to do. And I ended up just living in a cabin in the woods for a while and mostly doing this. Like, that's why my hair is gray. My beard's turned gray over the last 2 years because just drinking whiskey in a cabin in the woods. And so suddenly I was back with all of my video games that I had left behind when I went to LA and Chicago. So I started playing all those old games. I started playing Nightfire. I played a bit of Agent Under Fire, but I never played Everything or Nothing. Maybe I should find a copy.
I've never played.
As SB said, Willem fucking Dafoe.
I never played any of the other ones. My mom actually had bought me by accident. She bought me From Russia with Love on Xbox, even though I never owned an Xbox.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't play this. So I never played, as far as the Bond film, the Bond games go, I never played Everything or Nothing. I never played Nightfire. I never played, the only one I played was GoldenEye Rogue Agent, which I thought was fun because, like, even the first level, you play Goldfinger, and then, but Bond dies like the first 5 seconds, and it's not even like, it's like an amalgam version of Bond where they
Mm.
took the Pierce Brosnan and like Sean Connery and Roger Moore versions and kind of like made a version that was all mixed up. And he gets killed in the very first mission. And Judi Dench is in it, and she's like, she tells Goldeneye, "You suck. Get the fuck out of here."
What?
and then Goldfinger and Dr. No are like, "Yo, join our organization." And then you like, there's this.
His name is Goldeneye? Are you saying his name is Goldeneye?
The name of the character is Goldeneye. And so
Okay.
you have a Goldeneye that has special abilities and
Yeah.
like
It's very confusing. I remember it being very
a weird
confusing
game.
because
it's
even like the remake of Goldeneye, which I didn't know existed until 6 months ago. I bought that off of GameStop for like $5. And I really enjoyed that. The one with Daniel Craig. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
Drink Up says love the bots and the controllable missiles. What was the what were the controllable missiles called? And yeah, the opening song is great. What were they? The Scorpion missiles. Those were because it would, and that was a game that my sisters would join in occasionally, and it was like you could be on one side of the map and you could just fire off these missiles, and then you would have camera control of it.
Oh, that's
so you would just drone it in and just rain fire on them bitches all day. It was great. I would beat them so hard that they would never play with me. I would shoot myself in the foot. You'd think I would be smart enough to let them win from time to time so that they would keep playing with me so I could enjoy it, but you can't do that. You can't.
No.
You can't play soft with these hoes. You know what I'm saying?
No.
You gotta play hard.
Can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, does anybody like the red background? Because like we're playing with that idea for like when we go to casino.
I don't know if we can do it. Yet. The black works.
Should I keep with black? Because I have this because I was like I was getting like a different backdrop, but I don't know if that's gonna work for when we go.
Love me quietly.
Hold on. SB says I'd be honest. The Craig Bond games aren't that great. Activision had the rights and destroyed the license. Now the Hitman developer IOI Interactive owns it, and it should launch next year.
Is it IOI or 101? But yeah, I never played any of them. I only played the GoldenEye one, but I know there's like Redstone or whatever. I don't know anything about them.
And then Drink Up 44 says red is okay, but black is better.
Black, we need to continue doing black.
We'll do the black. That's fine.
If we did red just for casino, maybe, but black kind of keeps all of us cohesive.
Sure. Hopefully, in my opinion, I will do it justice. Okay.
All right. I'm going to do a quick one. The penny dropped. A duchess, Irma Bunt, hooked, went off into a dreary chronicle of her forebears, including proudly distant relationship with a Graf von Bunt. Bond listened politely, prodding her back to the immediate past. She gave the name of her father and mother. Bond filed them away. He now had enough to find out in due course exactly who Irma Bunt was, what a splendid trap snobbery was, how right Sable Basilisk had been. There is a snob in all of us, and only through snobbery could Bond have discovered who the parents of this woman were. That just obviously echoes what I read before, but we made a couple jokes in the Secret Service episode about snobbery that I don't need to get into now. But that was how Bond...
Quit making me cry.
That's how Bond figured out, who Blofeld was, who Bunt was, who Blofeld was, and all that. But, yeah, gun barrel background. If we all had our own gun barrel background. I'm going to keep going. The voices were high with excitement and debate. Bond could hear every word. I really don't think Sarah should have told on him. But he came in the dark and started mucking her about. You mean actually interfering with her? So she says, if I'd been her, I'd have done the same. And he's such a beast of a man. Was, you mean? Which one was it anyway? One of the Hugos, Bertil. Oh, I know, yes. He was pretty horrible. He had such dreadful teeth. You oughtn't say such things of the dead. How do you know he's dead? What happened to him anyway? He was one of the two you see spraying the start of the bob run. You see them with those or with hoses every morning. It's to get it good and icy so they'll go faster. Fritz told me how Fritz told me how he somehow slipped, lost his balance or something. And that was that. He just went off down the run like some sort of human bobsleigh. Elizabeth, how can you be so heartless about it? Well, that's what happened, you asked. But couldn't he save himself? Don't be idiotic. It's sheet ice, a mile of it. And the bobs get up to 60 miles an hour. He hadn't got a prayer. But didn't he fly off at one of the bends? Fritz said he went all the way to the bottom, crashed into the tuning hut. But Fritz says he must have been dead in the first 100 yards or so. Then I skip a few paragraphs. Bond lit a cigarette and sat back, gazing thoughtfully at the sky. No, the girl was right. God wouldn't mete out such a punishment. But Blofeld would. Had there been one of those Blofeld meetings at which, before the full body of men, the crime and the verdict had been announced, had this Bertil been taken out and dropped onto the bobsled run. So this guy dies by being pushed onto the bobsled run. And you go so fast and you're being grinded away that's how he was executed for whatever reason. Like he was talking with one of the girls or whatever. So Blofeld had him pushed down the bobsled run. Or had his companion been quietly dealt the card of death, told to give the sinner the trip or the light push, that was probably all that had been needed. More likely. The quality of the scream had been of sudden, fully realized terror as the man fell, scrabbled at the ice with his fingernails and boots, and then, as he gathered speed down the polished blue gully, the bunding horror of the truth. And what a death! Bond had gone down the cresta from top to prove to himself that he dared, helmeted, masked against the blast of air, padded with leather and foam rubber. That had still been 60 seconds of naked fear. Even now, he could remember how his limbs had shaken when he rose stiffly from the flimsy little skeleton bob at the end of the run out. And that had been a bare 3/4 of a mile. This man, or the flayed remains of him, had done over a mile. Had he gone down head or feet first? Had his body started tumbling? Had he tried, while consciousness remained, to break himself over the edge of one of the early scientifically banked bends with the unspiked toe of his boot, or that? No. After the first few yards, he would already have been going too fast for any rational thought or action. God, what a death. A typical Blofeld death. A typical Spectre revenge for the supreme crime of disobedience. That was the way to keep discipline in the ranks. So concluded Bond as he cleared the tray away and got down to his books. Spectre walks again. But down what road this time? So I remember Patterson talking about, it's stupid. Killing your own people is stupid, but like it keeps them in line. This guy was hitting on the women or whatever. So they pushed him down the bobsled run. You never think of a bobsled run as being deadly, but yeah, just tore him to pieces.
Secret agents.
Secret agent man.
Secret
agent man.
I am.
That's one of my favorite edits of all time was in the Tomorrow Never Dies, cutting together all of the Connery and the Roger Moore commando scenes, along with
fucking glass
with Austin
breaking,
Powers,
chairs breaking.
Like
Jesus Christ,
that was so much fun. I love that.
Oh my god. I still think for your guys, I still think for Your Majesty's Secret Service has a lot to I still like that movie a lot. I think it's still pretty good.
Wait, just the movie in general?
Just the movie in general, yeah.
I thought you were about to compliment the episode, but then you go back and talk about how good Secret Service is. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's still a pretty
now
good
then, Ruby.
Movie.
Okay, so Bond is maybe hanging out with that chicken's chick. Now then, Ruby, no discussion of treatment, you remember? Oh, so this is Irma saying this. Irma Bunt is talking to the girls. No discussion of treatments, you remember? Not even with our good friend Sir Hilary. She waved a hand towards the crowded tables around them. A most interesting crowd. Do you not find, Sir Hilary? Everybody who is anybody. We have quite taken the international set away from the Gstaad and St. Moritz. That is your Duke of Marlborough over there, with such a gay party of young things. And nearby that is Mr. Whitney and Lady Daphne Straight. Is she not chic? They are both wonderful skiers. And that beautiful girl with the long, fair hair at the big table, that is Ursula Andress, the film star. What a wonderful tan she has. And Sir George Dunbar. He always has the most enchanting companions. The box-like smile. Why, we only need the Aga Khan and perhaps your Duke of Kent, and we would have everybody, but everybody. Is it not sensational for the first season? Yeah. Ursula Andress, a.k.a. Honey Rider, mentioned
that shows up
as hanging out because where they're at in Secret Service, there's like a public space, right?
Yeah.
And so there's this film star Ursula Andress, aka Honey Rider, hanging out, and I'm curious. Secret Service.
Interesting.
Secret Service came out in '63, which means wasn't '63
that would be a year after. Yes, '63 would have been a year after Dr. No had come out. So Dr. No had come in '62. I did not know that. That blows my mind.
Yeah. So essentially, that means that
I knew that Fleming had written stuff into the later books that was more of like kind of playing off of or joking around with what ended up in the films.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize he made that much of a connection with Ursula Andress. That is eye-opening.
Our assumption being that this is no coincidence, that he
totally
he was probably writing Secret Service at the time of Dr. No being in production or released or whatever, and that he specifically mentioned her in his new novel that came out the next year.
Yeah,
SB
says, honey, honey. SB says, yeah, majority of the books dropped in the 50s. Yes, because like first book dropped in 53. I think we tend to forget that the books were very much year to year. So like how many books? There are 14 books. First film comes out in 62.
Yeah.
First any live of anything is 54 with the Casino Royale climax television episode. So like he's still writing the books as this is all going on. And then he passes away when like You Only Live Twice is being produced, or like when he's
I remember you saying that Goldfinger, that he didn't even see Goldfinger.
He didn't see Goldfinger. So like they were producing Goldfinger, he passed away, and many people speculate that because of the stress of the Thunderball legal battle.
Kevin McClory,
Kevin McClory and the legal battle, that was what kind of like killed him. I mean, but granted, like he was smoking a shit ton and drinking all the time, so like there's that. You know? Like it's like
again, we can't point it out enough times. What I read earlier about it's like the medical examiner is talking about how much Bond smokes and drinks, and like,
and you're like,
he's talking about himself.
Ian Fleming is like drinking that much shit. Like Ian Fleming is not the healthiest person to begin with. Like,
why would anybody put all
most
that
of the photos of Ian
into
Fleming
their body? Thanks, Nans, for the Evan Williams.
Yeah, right.
Nans, are you still watching?
Yeah, I don't think he is. Wait, what is it? Ursula Andress is in Casino Royale 2.
Casino Royale, Cordy, you're talking about the parody movie, right? Where she's the Bond girl in that. And obviously what we're talking about specifically is that I'm reading from the book of OHMSS, which means that, Fleming was plugged in with the production of Dr. No and liked Ursula enough to give her a shout out in his novel that came out the following year after Dr. No. So, Nance is awake. Nance, go to bed.
SB always says, I always thought it was funny John Kennedy and his brothers were fans of the books based off about Jack Kennedy thing. But to be fair though, like
it's not shocking. They like to bang chicks.
Hold on. To be fair, like I think we always tend to forget, like as politics as today is so like as far as politics are today, as far as it is, I think that people forget like in the 60s and 70s and like they were a lot more closer together as far as like interpersonal relationship stuff was going. Things that it's politics are weird. I don't even want to get to that far, but I don't think that's a weird thing to think that John Kennedy was not into this book. Because like, well, I think I even said in an early episode that John Kennedy was really into From Russia with Love, like was his favorite book of all time at the
And
time.
that's why they made
it came out.
So
I was like, that doesn't bother me. I don't know. They banged
well,
Marilyn
he's just
Monroe.
saying it's funny.
Oh my god, you know.
Yeah. SP's just saying that it's
looking
funny,
back, it is weird, but like again, like I think
they banged QWERTY's right. Like these guys were banging, and so Bond is the pinnacle of male fantasy, and that's why for the millionth time, and in the DAD episode, I go on and on about how, anybody who's like we really need to. We really have to cut down on these things that Bond does. It's like, get the fuck out of the theater. This is male fantasy at its finest, and anybody trying to pussify Bond, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, because the movies that do the best are always the ones where, again, like, why do we like Goldeneye so much? Why do we like Casino Royale? Whenever they reset the timeline and Bond goes back to just being Bond, as opposed to having everybody's stupid opinions coming in and being like, no, in No Time to Die, he shouldn't bang the really hot chick. He should just say, hi, how are you? And he should be respectful. And then nobody likes the movie. It just flies in the face of the purpose. And not that the purpose is, and again, we get into this really deep in DAD. The purpose isn't a guy going around banging chicks, but that is part of it. That will always be a part of it. That's not exclusively why we watch, but that's always going to be part of it. And he does have to work. He does have to prove himself.
I mean, at the end of the day, like that's. I mean, you and I may have disagreements of like when it comes to men and women, as far as the relationships go. But at the end of the day, the stories are more about like how do we save the world from total annihilation and destruction, and like that's where I think most people agree. It's like, well, that's where Bond comes in. That's where the hero comes in. It's like that's where I think at least we agree. It's like, oh well, he's here to save the day, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
That's why I look forward to Casino. Casino is that they may have approached the male-female thing in the best possible way.
I just think the male-female thing, I think you and I don't always agree on this. I just think that the male-female thing, it gets weirder as the time goes on. And but the later films, it's like at the end of the day, it's still a story about like saving the world, saving humanity, not necessarily about the relationship with men and women. SB says that's fair. He also says, man, I can't wait for you guys to get into Skyfall.
Oh, I can't wait either.
I mean, Skyfall.
Maybe we should shoot. We should shoot just like Lord of the Rings. We should shoot all the Daniel Craig episodes all at
together as possible.
One 12-hour session.
Oh my god!
And then I'll work over the next 5 years on cutting. Just like Peter Jackson.
I really think the next 5 movies, I think we should plan to shoot them kind of like what we did when we started. Was like so for anybody watching, when we started this series, it's emulated how the films have gone, because we did the first 6 episodes or first 7 episodes like literally week to week to week to week. And Charlie would edit them once a week, and then they were released. But then like we got to like after that, then we got to Man with the Golden Gun, which is still a shit film. It is still a garbage movie. It is a garbage movie.
Don't tempt me.
No, I'm not even. No, fuck you. It's a garbage movie. Go back and watch the movie. It's a garbage movie. I don't care what you think about like your
Good
idea of like
night. Good
protecting
night.
your reputation, that's shit. Okay, get the fucked. The movie is garbage. Like when the point when Goodnight pushing a dude into a vat of stuff, and it's like that's cinematic gold. I'm like, no, it's not. It's garbage. So go fuck yourself, Charlie. By the way, just go.
You just hate little people.
No, I think
You just
the
hate
movie's
little
garbage.
people.
I don't think I hate guilt little people. I think it was like a farcical fucking bullshit of a movie. It's what I think. Anyway, that movie's garbage. I don't know if you know this. That movie's garbage. Anyway, I'm just saying by that point after that, like we just spent like a long time in between movies because we were just like, okay, well, like let's talk about this movie.
Dude, SB says he's watching them in reverse order. So as he's watching them, they're getting shittier and shittier.
Yeah, they are though. But no. But to Charlie's point though, the edits do get shittier and shittier because we started off we were trying to figure it out, and then we kind of got to there. So
I made Dr. No in one day.
Release the ranked cut.
I don't even know of what.
I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Curdy, please. It's simply not garbage. SB says, I've been bringing your episodes backwards. I'm in Octopussy currently. And then Jesus, come on. Not phenomenon, but seriously.
So we've been trying to not do emojis strictly based on Bond, but like I'd love to have a golden gun and
no.
Secret Service.
And don't get me wrong. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, they're all in part of the Bond franchise. So, like, even if I say Man in the Golden Gun is a shit movie, it's still part of this. Still part of it.
Well, yeah, that's always the underlying caveat is like we talk shit, but you know, and this is why when you guys watch, and for those of you who have watched the Die Another Day episode, the reason, God damn it, 69 megas back. God damn it.
Get out of here.
Fucked.
I will watch my porn somewhere else.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's amazing. Like, how are we being targeted by all the? Is that Nans? I wonder if that's Nans. Like
it could be you. I'm guessing it's you. I guess it's your porn that you watch.
Yeah, like I said,
and they're like Charlie's got a very specific amount, like very hardcore porny thing. Hold on, 84% have been banned. I don't even know what that means. Anyway,
he means 69%.
So, okay, hold on, Charlie. Emoji, please. The emoji needs to be knick-knack in face paint.
Yeah. Like yeah, but Golden Gun though is, it'll always be a fun eternal, you know. But the battle of good and evil, the battle of chaos and order, is embodied by our eternal fight over those two films, you know. But
because Golden Gun is a shit movie, and you love a shit movie.
And Secret Service is an overrated.
Listen, if it comes down to that, I would take the overrated piece of shit that's actually trying to be art versus the movie that is just like you watch it. I'm like, this feels like garbage. Like as I watch it, it's garbage.
But it's like,
and I watch it and I'm like, yeah, this definitely feels like someone didn't have the budget to pull off a better movie than they could have pulled off.
Instead of going down that rabbit hole, because
we're not going to go down that rabbit hole
because we have a 4-hour-long episode dedicated to that rabbit hole.
Fucking watch it.
Not
to mention Scott Lorimer,
because I was reached out to personally by I'm pretty.
You don't
sure...
think the man drink 44 doesn't think it's as bad as you think, and like yes, you would be agreeing with Charlie, but like watching the edits of both of those movies and then somebody telling me that like, oh, you take all the things that is good about it out. I'm like, there's not that much that is good about it. I'm like, I don't understand.
But I was reached out to personally over Reddit, and I would, you know, it was like this. It was this comment that was saying whatever. It was either YouTube or Reddit, but it was like, y'all changed my mind about Golden Gun, which I was like, I texted you. I was like, I consider this the highest of achievements, you know.
Sure.
But anyway, beyond that though, I just want to point out how I think it's phenomenal. It's a testament to how you and I balance each other So it's like why this show works is
Sure.
because you represent one side of the fandom and I represent the other side.
You're the
It's
garbage
just
side.
formulated in that way.
I'm sorry,
you know.
QWERTY Manor, you're wrong. And also, SB's like,
QWERTY,
yeah,
you're a good
the
dude.
the Christian Nolan thing. I'm like, okay, but guess what? Christian Nolan made some.
Christian Nolan.
Christopher Nolan. What am I saying? I'm drunk. Christopher Nolan's made some very good movies.
You just combined Christian Slater and Christopher Nolan.
I did.
Your brain is, dude.
I
Ringo
am
Starr and
so-
George Bush jammed into one person. It's
You're welcome.
incredible.
You're welcome.
But the point being that balance is why things work. Even you being like a progressive and me being more about like
I would say
what's
more
fun about it.
I'll say this. I'd say more in the line of like get fucked 69 mega. We're talking Bond.
Oh my God, it's back.
like
okay,
Jesus
everybody
Christ.
right now go to 69mega.com and let us know what you find. We need to know what's going on at 69mega.com.
QWERTY Manor is right. I do have a mush brain. I'm not going to deny that because I am a little drunk. I'm just saying, Christopher Nolan, Christian
Nolando.
Okay, listen. Christopher Nolan has been proven himself worthy of like making fucking good movies because he's made more good movies than bad movies. If you look at his long list of films he's made, right? So the fact that he
went to 69mega.com says black page and now my PC's shutting off automatically. That's not that bad. Consider yourself lucky.
You should be, But okay, hold on. What I'm saying is,
go ahead.
If Christopher Nolan is saying that this is the top Bond movie, and you're telling me that like the guy who's made like 10
Dude,
at least
are you
decently
appealing
good
to
movies
his
in a
authority?
row?
You're saying just because he likes it that means something?
It should mean something because you're telling me that a guy. Hold on.
Fuck you.
Don't fuck me. So you're telling me a guy that makes 10 good fucking decent movies in a row and is telling me like, yeah, this is a fucking good Bond movie. And you're telling me that like he's a fan of it.
Filmmakers recommend movies all the time that
you're telling me like,
perfect.
no, this movie's shit. I'm like, the guy's made 10 fucking good movies in a row.
But that doesn't mean that the movie's perfect. He may like it just like we all like it
in a row.
To say that, to appeal to the
and then
authority,
you're
that
telling me that this
Nolan
movie that
like
is
that
choppy
the movie's a masterpiece.
And is like,
that means nothing. That's just appealing to someone else's authority. That guy may have made some good, but I mean, Quentin Tarantino
he's made some very good movies in a row.
Tarantino said one of his favorite movies,
and he's made a name for himself.
It's like 10 Little Maids in a row. Go watch that movie, and you're like, Tarantino, what are you talking about?
He did and then QWERTY. Hold on. QWERTY said he made The Dark Knight Rises. Like, I'll give you that. Like, I'm like, I get it. Like, you're like, okay, Dark Knight Rises wasn't the best of his movies.
QWERTY, are you saying that in a good way?
He made Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah, I love Chris Nolan when he takes stuff from adult movies. Yeah, and we point that out all the time, how he totally did.
Dark Knight Rises. I'm like, I don't care.
Man, do you want some of this whiskey, Dick? You know what I'm saying?
Nolan cited Bond as a compliment for sure. Like,
okay, SB says Secret Service has gotten a bit, as keyword, gotten a little overrated since Nolan. And that was the thing in that episode. I was like, nobody gave a shit about this movie until Nolan came out and said he loved it, and then all of a sudden everybody was like, it's a masterpiece. I can see the merit in it, but I can also be honest enough to point out the flaws. To where some people want to put it like you and now Nikolai.
I just think
like
here's my issue.
Nikolai puts License to Kill at the top, but Nikolai he loves Secret Service just like you. He doesn't put it at the top. You don't put it at the top either. I don't think, but you guys.
No, I don't.
I think it's right where it belongs.
No. But here's my point: is that like you were like trying to bash it, like it's not that good. I'm like, you guys like. The previous movies didn't try, like they were very plot heavy. They didn't try to give a story or a like emotional piece behind it. This was the first one that did that. And that's where I found like the merit belongs. But then you're trying to tell me when we got to Golden Gun that you were like, oh my God, like Golden Gun's like this unsung masterpiece. I'm like, no, Golden Gun's a shit movie that you're trying to tell me that it's like this great movie. I'm like, it's not. It's this movie about like fucking Lord of the Rings bullshit that I'm like, no, it's not a great movie.
But I think
There's
it's
so many
indicative,
things that I can.
though. It's indicative of our separate approaches to Bond, where
Sure,
you've said
true.
repeatedly, you like when you have your emotionally available, your Bond who
You
cries.
should. It's
And
not.
I
That's
like
not a
my
Bond
tough
thing.
guy
That's a
Bond.
movie thing.
I don't
That's
like
not
my
a Bond thing.
vulnerable Bond. I like my tough guy Bond. I think when Bond is crying, I'm like,
But then,
motherfucker.
but hold on. But then, even in for your, even in your Majesty's Secret Service, there's points when you're like, oh shit, like there's actually some really good fucking action sequences in that specific movie.
Sure.
When he's like fucking sliding down, and you're like, okay,
remember,
but
it has my favorite Bond joke. My favorite Bond joke is he had lots of guts. I love that. I love that.
Yeah,
I
there's some good stuff in for on your
list.
Majesty's Secret Service. I'm just saying that I don't think I really still to this day don't think the Man with the Golden Gun is as good as you think it is. So I'm like, it's not that good of a movie.
I understand.
I will concede in saying that I don't think Our Majesty's Secret Service deserves top spot as best Bond movie of all time. But I'll say I'm like I don't think The Man with the Golden Gun is top Bond movie at all.
When it comes down to it, though, as we talk about in that episode, the issue is that there are a lot of shortcomings, and it's how to weigh those against the good things. And we hit that periodically where you might say, this thing poison pills a movie, and I'll say, but it's not the worst thing. This is why we always go back to like bad guys versus Bond girls. You know, where like you'll hit heavy on the Bond girls, and I'll hit heavy on the bad guys because I don't give a shit about. I mean, the girls are just big titties.
But you're like saying like, well, that doesn't count. But I'm like, okay, but it all counts to me. Because I'm like, the Bond girls, the bad guys, that all counts.
I'm not the final authority, so I'm not. It's not like I have the power to just say inadmissible and throw it out. But from my perspective, and again, and this goes back to let me quick read. Cordy just said something nice. Where did it go? Or no, Drink Up said the thing about you two is that you both have differing opinions, but this is a rare show where both of you actually have the knowledge to sustain a healthy discourse. Drink Up, thank you. That's a very nice thing to say. Because I consider myself a fucking idiot, but what he's getting at is, or what he's saying is reflecting what I was saying, which is we are clearly these diametrically opposed forces, and I think that's to be appreciated. I think that's like yin and yang, like chaos and order. Batman and the Joker. That is something that's a necessary element. And the fact that you've never backed down from this Golden, you've never just fessed up to Golden Gun being good for some reason or whatever. I respect it, McCurdy.
Well, good.
I respect that, dog. I'm a pour out this whiskey on my dick for you, dog. You know what I'm saying?
Pour some whiskey on my dick, bro.
Here. Nan's whiskey.
Nan's whiskey.
To you and Nans.
I should finish this shit.
We might bring Scott in. We might bring the angry Scotsman back.
Scott is a chaotic force.
He is the chaotic force.
He's the only chaotic force. Hold on. I want to read these comments. Hold on. So Cordy says, Under Majesty's Secret has always been loved in the Bond community. I don't think Nolan made it popular. SB also says he was vulnerable in GoldenEye for a bit. You and I at least will agree that I think
just when he was on the beach.
You and I will always agree that GoldenEye at least is a good match because like it's a definitely good fucking movie.
Yeah.
And like we agree that like the vulnerability as far as Bond goes and the story have like been good. And that's the reason why it like lands where it lands in our ranking. And then SB says the only memorable thing about Golden Gun and Christopher Lee, little dude in that, that's pretty much it for general movie buffs. And like for me, I'm like, hold on, let's see.
And that's the thing. It's how do you weigh those things against the shortcomings?
I just think
that's why this show is fun because it's like
because
most people would do a ranking of Bond in one video. And in one video, they'd be like, in half an hour, they'd go through all the movies and they'd give like 3 sentences a piece. The fun thing, the reason why we started this in the first place is because it was like, let's set out with the idea in mind of arguing out a list that could be, undefeatable, undeniable. And that's an impossible task, but we are attempting that impossible task simply because, your list is going to look different from my list, is going to look different from everybody's list. But if we can argue out the points, if we can try to be honest enough to really kind of let these things land where they need to. Because you fucking hate Denise Richards. Nans fucking hates Tiffany Case. And I don't hate either of them. So it's all about this balance and trying to find the truth. And that's what's fun.
Okay,
but doing it, and this has taken us 2 years so far, like it's...
okay, so wait, hold on. So what I think is funny is Drink Up 44 says, in the Golden Gun itself, I still want the prop replica. By the way, there's tons of websites that will ask, like, you can get a prop replica of that gun, by the way. SB says, yes, in the Golden Gun, sorry. Cordy says, the list is fucked, yes or no? I think the list has always been fucked. The list is fucked.
He's quoting you. He's quoting you directly.
Goddamn sense.
In the world's not enough, you were like, this list is fucked. And I'm like, no, it's not.
It is.
It's perfect. This is perfect.
Nan says, become a member and have a chance to win a golden gun giveaway. We plan on doing. Nance is not wrong. He's not wrong.
That little symbol next to him says he's
honestly,
he's a
after
member.
Watching this, I'm not a huge fan of Denise Richards either. I'm not either.
It's not about being a fan. It's more like again in the DAD episode.
I think the last episode,
like, I make the case of saying that after watching DAD, I'm like, Denise Richards is bad, but she's perfectly adequate. The key word there being adequate next to Halle Berry. Not to open that fucking can of worms.
I think she's worse than Halle Berry. I think Halle Berry. But hold on. Here's what I think. I think Denise Richards is worse than Halle Berry, but overall, DAD is worse than what that last movie was to begin with. So it's like.
It's all about weighing.
It's like your
things,
performance. Your performance really fucking brings down your performance really brings out World Is Not Enough. But DAD overall just sucks to begin with. So I don't know where to begin with. That
spoiler alert. My favorite part of that episode, though, is just how all over the place you are. Like the whole episode, you keep changing your rank because you're like, meh, and then you're like, let's put it up here. No, let's put it at the very bottom. And then at one point you say, let's put it below the bottom. Like it's fun in that episode watching you.
No, because I can't tell. I honestly can't because because for me, like, The World Is Not Enough is because you pointed out, like, the story when you take Denise Richards off the table as far as her performance and all of her story stuff, it's not a bad movie because it actually is kind of a cool concept. Really, it really is. But then when you put her in the picture, it's like, this movie kind of sucks. And that's part of the reason why I like Tomorrow Never Dies over The World Is Not Enough. Is because Tomorrow Never Dies is still just like a very straight line, fun movie.
Yeah.
It's very action heavy. And then The World Is Not Enough is like this really high concept idea that like kind of has some cool ideas with it. But then you have Denise Richards being like this porn star level hot.
Yeah.
That's just thrown into the movie. And it's just like kind of that poison pills the most in the movie for me.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it hard for me for that movie.
I just think, and let me pull up the comment because it was from earlier today, and it may have been from you, SB. I can't remember, but the I think Elektra is the perfect bad guy. Like, she's
not. No. And that's the thing. It's like, you make a good point. Like, after watching the episode, like thinking about it, and when we were talking about it, you make a good point that World Is Not Enough has story-wise, not plot-wise, story-wise, is a good story, better than Tomorrow Never Dies. It just sucks that you have something that's such a bad performance that even when I watch the movie, I feel like that even
He's an
lowered the expectation
imposter.
of you're an imposter, and I'm like,
Okay, it was SB. SB commented on the Twine episode saying, in the original script of the film, which you can find online and read, it establishes that Christmas Jones is likely the OR, one of the lead nuclear physicists in our department of scientists and researchers. She even has a team in which she commands. She's also been specifically assigned to that particular plutonium. Plutonium. That was then stolen. So she's assigned to that plutonium that was stolen. That was her main assignment, and she was determined to not allow it to fall in the hands of a terrorist. She took it upon herself to retrieve it back, given her career, and the world was now in jeopardy. She's basically a spiritual successor to Dr. Goodhead and Moonraker. Both characters should have been quite similar in this case, but it's Denise Richards. Yeah, like just, but that's the thing. Denise Richards has never really been a bad actress that I've ever seen, other than that movie. Like she's always been fine. But
what other movie was she's attached to? Was like besides not Stand By Me. What was
like
the movie
Wild
she did
Things?
Yeah, Wild Things. But Wild Things, I think, had the Notorious was like a trailer that kind of ruined the movie, and I've never seen Wild Things, to be honest.
Dude, you need to watch that with a pillow on your dick.
On my dick.
Yeah.
I mean, listen. As an adult person that's like at least had the maturity to realize, oh yeah, I bring Starship Troopers into it.
Yeah,
like having him a little more maturity and be like, yes, she's hot, I get it, but like when you're talking about stories and
SB said Halle Berry's better. Oh God, SB. SB. Tomorrow when Die Another Day comes out, I want another. Another couple paragraphs from you, because I talk for a sixth of the fucking episode.
I know you're
Halle Berry.
Listen,
I want to know your thoughts tomorrow, SB, when you watch.
It's just, oh my God,
Nance, what just dick talk? We always talk about dicks.
Halle Berry and Denise Richards, I just noticed in Office, both are, and out of the two, Halle Berry is strangely better. She was great in Starship Troopers, and Paul Verhoeven directs like a champ.
Verhoeven.
Nan says so much dick talk in the stream, more than thank you. More than usual, probably not. Halle Berry is not better. No way. I hate Halle Berry. Guys,
I mean, QWERTY, I think, was the first one to watch Die Another Day, and QWERTY was anything false said about Halle Berry in that episode? In your opinion,
Halle Berry has had her ups and downs.
False declared, because when it comes down to it, like the case that I make specifically is that the difference between her and Denise Richards comes down to how there is, even though poorly executed, what's her Christmas Jones
and
her
Jinx
character is at least an attempt at a character, whereas Jinx is a complete lack of a character, and it's just attempting to be badass the whole time. And something that we didn't talk about, and something I want to save for Casino Royale, is how when it comes down to the sword fight that she has with Miranda Frost, how Miranda Frost is like, I can read your every move. And then what is her next move? She just turns around and stabs her. Like, it's just,
well, okay, but hold on, Charlie. Charlie, if she stabs her, then she read her move. If she stabbed her, then she read
why didn't she
her
read
move.
That move?
Then she read it. That's what happened, and that's not stupid.
I can read your every
move.
It. Yeah, except that one where all I did was turn around and stab you in the heart. Like, it's a failure of performance, a failure of character.
They're both okay. I'll say
writing,
this.
All of
I
that.
don't think either character
barely above her.
I will say this. I don't think either character is that great. They're not like we are literally arguing like bottom of the barrel.
Yeah,
as far as
I
Bond
took a shit and
rankings.
you took a shit, and we're arguing
And
like
we're
my shit's
comparing
better. No,
shits.
my shit's better.
My
Yeah.
shit's better. Like that's what we're comparing here.
Yeah.
I still think at the end of the day, I think Halle Berry has a little bit more of an edge. But I think here's what I think what it is. When it comes to I'm a nuclear physicist versus I'm a spy who's a part of the CIA, I think generally people will be more on line with like spy part of the CIA who does the action shit.
Why? You already have Bond doing that. You already have Bond doing that. Bond's already a spy. So why do we need another spy?
It doesn't matter about Bond. I'm just saying that I think more people would be more in line with CIA Bond or CIA spy versus I'm a scientist that knows nuclear physicists.
Yeah, it's NSA. It's
that's
NSA,
really,
McCurdy.
Oh,
it's not the CIA.
Holy shit! Oh no,
it's the National Security Agency.
Okay, so NSA versus a scientist. I think people are just more inclined to being like more on board with the NSA agent. But again, we're arguing about a shit versus another shit. You know what I mean?
What is it in South Park? The douchebag versus the turd sandwich.
The turd sandwich, like that's what we're arguing about.
Yeah.
So,
but again, the key there being that what it comes down to is the laziness of because
and again
we go deeply into this in the episode. But if you want to set up
late '90s, early 2000s hijinks,
if you want to set up Jinx though as a new character that's going to have a new franchise. Yeah, they really dropped the ball on that in an incredible way because all they had to do was they just had to make us like her enough to want to see more, and they didn't do anything to make us want to see more. It was so fucking lazy on their part.
Hold on. Let me read all this. So Drink Up 44 says it's like Ben Affleck voiceover of Armageddon debate. I have to go back and watch Armageddon and all those movies. I haven't watched them in years.
Is that a reference
SB
to the Are You Only Live Twice episode?
I don't know.
Not.
SB says I'm saying this now, super controversial, but Skyfall is a remake mixture of Die Another Day and GoldenEye. It's a knockoff.
Die Another Day and GoldenEye.
I just don't see how.
So dying in the beginning, supposedly dying in the beginning, and then coming back. And then GoldenEye. How does GoldenEye?
I'm not. Here's the thing, SB. I'm not seeing the correlations, but granted, I don't watch all of the James Bond movies every single day because I'm a very busy person.
You don't?
No, I don't. Why would I?
I've watched GoldenEye at least.
I have a life. Sorry, guys. You don't have a life.
This motherfucker got kids. You know what I'm saying? I got one homeboy. His name's Evan Williams.
Yeah,
that's the whiskey.
As far as the beliefs. As far as believing,
so I'm going to kill off all of your whiskey tonight.
Agents. My Drink Up 44. My point is that if you're watching either of these movies, if you watch a movie with a secret agent, you're probably more online to be just like, oh, I like secret agents versus someone who's like, I like scientists. Because secret agents at least have this motive of like, I have to save the world.
This is a bullshit argument, though, because it's apples and oranges.
Bullshit argument.
Bond is always our secret agent. Him having another one or not is sometimes good and sometimes not good. Yeah. It doesn't matter what sometimes it's just like a random chick, right? I mean,
sure.
You made this case, I think, in the Twine episode where it's like sometimes she's just a chick where it's like, we have to get out of here. And she happens to be the chick with the biggest titties that he just kind of grabs her hand as he's running out as the building's going to explode. Like, whatever. It doesn't matter what her occupation is. But if it's all kind of integrated, like what SB was writing about in that comment about how originally and we talk about this in that episode where it's like, there was a the precise moment of, hey, this is the moment for Denise Richards to go, I don't know who you are. I know I just met you, but you're going to take me with you, and we're going to find these bombs together because I'm responsible for them. Oh, me in the audience, I go, hey, I like this girl. I actually like her more than Elektra. In fact, Elektra might be a monster. You know, that's like so obvious, so painfully obvious that should have been the case. And that's why these James Bond movies can be frustrating, because all they have to do is not be the producers. I mean, I think it lands on the producers more so than anybody else, that there are these moments where it's like, you could have this classier movie if you thought long term, but you're just thinking opening weekend. You're thinking like big tits and action, as opposed to just tweak a couple of things. Channel some Cubby, channel Cubby in your life.
Hold on. You know what it is?
You might make a better movie.
Here's what it is to me, right? So between those two movies we're talking about, The World Is Not Enough is championing trying to be this classier movie, but you have a Bond girl that doesn't belong in this classy movie.
But was scripted better.
Hold on.
She was scripted better.
She's scripted to be like this classier character, but she's not, because of like kind of a miss opportunity where it's like, well, let's get like this girl that looks somewhat like a porn star as this character. When I think we even talked about this episode, it's like it would made more sense to get someone a little bit older to play that character versus who they got at the time. Versus
you said no, you said you had an example who was perfect in that episode.
I did. But I said at the time it was like it made
Tom
more
Cruise's
sense.
wife.
Or whatever. Yeah, right, whatever. But like Nicole Kidman.
Naomi Watts.
Okay. So like, somebody who was a little bit older, a little bit wiser, would have been fit perfectly for that role at the time of when that movie came out. But that movie, for World Is Not Enough, like they were trying to go for this more mature story. And I respect that, right? But then the problem comes is that you have Denise Richards, who's playing this character that doesn't, like, the way she plays that character doesn't fit the tone of everybody else who's acting in the movie. And that's the problem with that movie. But then we get to Die Another Day. Die Another Day, on, I think we agree, on all cylinders, just feels like it's a fucking cartoon. And so I think that's where I feel like Halle Berry just works, because it's just like, well, the rest of the movie's kind of a joke anyway. So like having Halle Berry there and just being like, yo mama, I'm like, I don't even give a fuck at that point.
If it was just yo mama, just yo mama, but then when she has that follow-up of, and she told me to tell you she's disappointed, that's where you go, wait. That was kind of funny for a second, but then you just ruined it. Like, it's so uncomfortable.
But what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is just like,
and she told me to tell you that she's very disappointed.
But what I'm saying is, like, you and I agree, it's like World Is Not Enough plays on a more serious level overall, but then you have one character that kind of like takes it down several notches, versus like, oh, the whole piece finally feels like a cartoon. Get the fuck out of here, Mega 69. I don't give a shit about you.
How does it keep coming back?
I don't know. But you know, you see what I'm saying though. It's just like you have one that's being high art with one actress not playing up to that level. And then you have one that's being low art where everyone's on the same level. So like I feel like I have more respect for everything being clear cut versus one thing being like trying to be one high thing, but then something kind of takes it down. That's probably where I feel about both of those movies. Not to say that this isn't a low, like Die Another Day isn't a lower movie than World Is Not Enough. It's just, as far as the Halle Berry versus Denise Richards performance, that's probably why I feel higher about Halle Berry, because like she's on level with everybody else. Like, this is a fucking cartoon. We're playing to a cartoon. Like, who gives a fuck?
At the same time, though, I might, if they would have actually put some effort into Jinx as a character so that they could have a spinoff, I might see the movie a little bit better. But that's the case I make, is that I'm always talking about how Bond girls don't really weigh into my decisions, and then nor does the special effects.
I think that's
in that movie particularly
thinking.
It's so the effects are so bad, and the Bond girl is so bad that I actually just go, hang on, I can't ignore this. As I normally would ignore it.
You should not ever ignore it.
When it comes
I think you should never ignore it, because to me, You should never ignore the performances of the Bond girls, the villains, the story, all of it. All of it.
I guess
Especially the
ignore is a bad
filmmaking
word.
techniques. The
Weigh.
filmic.
How to weigh.
Yes, exactly. So
How to
the
weigh them
filmmaking
titties.
techniques, the performances, the Bond girls, the Bond villains, like that should all play into. That's where I go. It should all play. It should all play a part. It should all play a part.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are way off. We are so off topic. I don't even know what we're talking.
Does anybody want to hear more? I mean, should we? Okay. At this point, should we just save any more talk of novels?
Hold on. Let's read some comments real quick. Let's.
right,
okay, so Nan says that's fine, you chunt. SB says Skyfall dies, gets burned as an agent, comes back to service, eliminates a former agent. We'll get to that when we get to Skyfall.
But he's talking because he said previously, Skyfall is a remake / mixture of Die Another Day and GoldenEye, and he's saying it is such because he's saying in Skyfall Bond dies, gets burned as an agent, comes back to service, and eliminates a former agent.
I guess
and again, it's less like it's like combining certain themes, but the like we talk about in Die Another Day, we talk about how Die Another Day is a straight remake of Diamonds Are Forever, specifically because it's a guy who dies in the beginning and then comes back with a laser satellite to hold the world hostage. Yeah. That is like the overall plot has been completely remade. I totally see what you're saying about those two movies somewhat being combined, but it's like. It's there. What you're saying is there, but it's less.
There's also this level of like, and we talk about this, I think, but there's this level of like, this is the 40th Bond movie, so like, let's play up to that, of like, let's like go back to the nostalgia of it. Yeah. So it's like, well, what are you nostalgia? What do you put nostalgia wise? Oh, well, Goldfinger, of course, which is in the movie. And then also like whatever Bond tropes can we throw into it? Like Goldfinger, I think Diamonds Are Forever is like a perfect like medium as far as like what's very tropey with all the Bond things, and Diamonds Are Forever feels that way, I think. So it captures, gets burns agent. SB says, but Skyfall is scripted way better, which I agree. SB says the cringy flirting about birds about them feasting is also big. What the fuck?
About birds feasting. What was that from?
I think he's talking about when they're talking, like when they're doing bird watching stuff. But that like also plays into some like more like
because she's like, you'll be busy tonight with the owls, right? Like that.
And that like plays into like, oh, you know how the name James Bond came about because he was an oncologist.
Yeah, and that's all good, but this is like after that scene, and she just keeps referring to him being an ornithologist and all that. And it's again in this episode, McCurdy, you should watch this episode because I
need to. I want to.
You'll be sickened by how much I talk about Halle Berry, but I go off on three separate rants about
Halle Berry.
So
much.
Yes,
I know you do. But all of her dialogue is god awful. SB says Mega 69F off. She was 53 years old. I agree. Are you sure Purvis and Wade are you sure Purvis and Wade is Secret Geniuses?
So Cordy, are you talking about what I've said in the last couple episodes? I've talked about how Purvis and Wade. I'm like, I think they're smart. I think Purvis and Wade are smart. Maybe, but what I mean by smart is they're at least aware of old stories, and they kind of bring those. Their knowledge of old mythology and old stories kind of shines through. And I don't think it's their fault when things go south. I blame the producers first and foremost, and then the director.
I think Purvis and Wade. Okay, here's the thing. I think that when it comes to, they're obviously established writers. There's a reason they're making these billion-dollar movies. Sorry, million. I mean, of course, they're million-dollar movies, but it's a billion-dollar franchise. There's a reason why they're attached to the movies. Like, they're not fucking morons or anything like that.
Yeah.
And some people, I think, as fans, we like tend to think like we're smarter than them. I'm like, no, like they're in the arena, they're making the movie,
Yeah.
they know what they're doing more than you think you know what you're doing. They're smart, but again, like I've talked about earlier, even in what we're talking about today, is that directors are the ones who are telling the story how it is being told. So that sometimes there is a disconnect between what they write versus how it is told. And also there's usually after even they started writing, there's always a third director or third writer in the process. So they have like they'll write their script. Someone else will also add their little piece to it. Like they're not fucking stupid people. They know what they're writing, right? So like just leave them be. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they're laying the foundation to whatever the script is. Whether it's this movie, whether it's Die Another No Time to Die, whatever it is. Like the last movies since they started being the go-to writers for these films. Like they know what they're doing. They're not stupid. I just think it's ridiculous to suggest that like, oh, these guys are dummies. They've written some shit movies. They've written some good movies too. Like they were attached to Skyfall. They were attached to Casino. Like they're not dumb. They're not idiots. So I just
What
think
it comes
that's
down to is it's a
I think that's
collaborative
ridiculous.
thing.
Exactly.
The whole
Exactly.
endeavor is a collaborative thing. So and you know, I say in the DAD episode, I'm like, I don't know who to blame for Hallie because I think ultimately I would point at the Broccoli's. But Purvis and Wade, though, I mean, when it comes to the Icarus stuff, I genuinely think the Icarus stuff is well informed by old mythology. And when I talk about that,
Sure.
it's because I'm fascinated by my whole life. I mean, I think I said at some point I was like I only took Latin in high school, in junior high and high school. I only took it because I loved Roman mythology. Those stories have always resonated with me. And so even just injecting something like Icarus, the story of Icarus in Die Another Day, I think is great. I think it's um, I find it very interesting, but I don't, you know, I wish that it made the movie profound and they didn't nail the execution per se, but the idea of a father telling his son, "Hey, you're flying a little too close to the sun," and him saying, "No, no, no, it's going to be all right," and then that hubris being what takes him down. I like stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
really appreciate that of Die Another Day, as much as overall the movie's execution on several fronts is heavily flawed. It's that attempt on the writer's part to inject these things. And I say, I'm like, they name Electra for a reason. They invoke Icarus for a reason. They're aware of these old stories, and I appreciate that. And I even go in depth about how there's several there's a heavy influence of the Count of Monte Cristo in Die Another Day. These guys are aware of stories, and they're kind of taking things and they're plugging it into Bond, and I appreciate their attempt to do so, but they're at the mercy of the directors and producers,
I think
you know?
and I agree with that. And I just say like when Cordy says I don't want them gone, but I'm not sure they're as brilliant as some say. Like that
Certainly.
statement
Yeah.
has a lot of weight because you're just saying. But to me, when I read that statement, what it sounds like is you're Cordy, you're suggesting that like, oh, because of their brilliance, like they should be given these million like those movies should be making way more money than they do. But like at the end of the day, like those two writers don't weigh in on how much money the movie's going to make because obviously there are casting decisions, there are actors that are going to change the variable of how much money that movie's going to bring. There are directors that are going to make decisions that are going to change how much the movie's going to make
You're always gonna
versus
have a producer come in and say,
there's going to
"Hey,
be the
I know you
producer
got
or the
your
writer or
smart crap
somebody.
in there, but we
Yeah,
need big titties. We need action. I need more action
there's
and more titties,"
something.
you know, and
It doesn't
Purvis and Wade are
matter.
like, "Yeah, but what about this
I
classic
just think it's like
mythology that we're
these
and they're like, "No, nobody cares.
yeah.
We need
I always
titties."
just think that it's nice to have a writing duo that like at least they've been consistent and they've been trying to like it's crazy to me to think that since World Is Not Enough, they've made every single movie since or they've written a draft to every single movie since. And then there's always like, if you look at it, there's always one or two other writers that are on top of them that have like gone back and be like, okay, we're gonna do another draft based off what they wrote,
Yeah.
and then write another draft on top of that versus a dialogue change, whether there's a script change, whether the action change, something that has changed things left or right here and there. So it's like to me, it's like I just feel like there are two guys that are like, okay, we're gonna write down the core, the basis of what the story is going to be, and then somebody else is gonna kind of like shift it here, shift it there. So I don't know. I think it's funny when people are like give so much shit to these writers, and I'm like I don't think they give as much shit. And
Well,
it's not that I don't even
undoubtedly,
want to romanticize their brilliance, but it's like most writers are smart and like they may know one thing more than the other than what most people know anyway.
Yeah.
So it doesn't but it will take the director to be like, okay, well, I'm going to pull that out and make that present and onto the screen versus this.
There's been a common theme over the Brosnan films,
exactly.
and that has been that that GoldenEye was, you can credit a lot of it to Martin Campbell. I mean, the evidence for that being Casino Royale, but then if you go rewatch the opening rants of T&D, Twine, and tomorrow's DAD, the running theme is like, you can tell that these guys probably wrote a smart script initially, and then eventually it's like, we don't need your smart stuff. We just need tits in action. And that's the reality of a business where art and commerce collide. That's always been the case.
And that's the thing. It's like when we're talking about
short-term and thinking long-term.
When we're talking about the Bond movies, like we've never like that's the thing is like I think when you and I argue about some of these movies, like we always forget, like, okay, we're talking about movies that predicate on male fantasies of like men specifically, being these action heavy things. So it's like men who want to be like Bond, who want to sleep with women that Bond sleeps with. Like that's what these movies are all about.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, like who gives a fuck? So,
and then the T&D rant, I was like, my name's Bond, James Bond. I'll have a vodka martini, shaken not stirred. That's all you need to hear to know you're in the right place. Like that's the truth of it. It's like,
but I'm like,
that's all I'm here for.
I'm just saying, like, we're not here for a high art. We're here for like something that's going to sell and people are going to go see. And you and I and the people that are reading, like all of our fans that watch Ranked are talking about. It's like that's just where I'm getting. It's just like I feel like I wouldn't be too hard on Purvis and Wade about these films, because it's just like at the end of the day, they're writers who are writing these movies to kind of like create a framework for where these movies are going to go. Granted, the movies might do good or bad, debating them on other writers or the directors. I'm not saying that they're imperfect, because like those other writers might have some good ideas that you and I have like talked about. Like, I like this thing in the movie. Little do we know, like that actually was from another writer. Like they may not have been from the other two writers. So like, you know what I mean? Like I'm just saying,
submit
like,
a script and you hope for the best, but you're not the one there saying, we need to do this and do that. That's the And again, it all goes back to that collaboration. And then on top of that, on top of everything, is the almighty dollar saying, hey, if we cast Denise Richards, her big ass titties are going to bring in twice as much dollar bills. And everybody goes, well, then we have to do it. And somebody goes, well, shouldn't we think about maybe instead of about, 5 months from now, we should think about maybe 5 decades from now? And they go, get the fuck out of here, loser, you idiot. That's the nature of.
So SB says, agreed. They see it as films that only need sexiness, cars, guns, spy, but DAD is the film that showed us not just that, and the Casino Royale saved it.
SB,
I
again,
can agree
I look forward to tomorrow, bucko. I look forward to tomorrow when you watch the the new episode. I want you to.
SP says, "Why is it always titties? I like seeing their ankles." Okay, you sick freak. Not the
SB,
kink shame.
hey,
I
SB
love
lives
that.
in
That's cute.
Iran, okay?
All right, I
Where
think that's
women,
cute.
you're lucky if you see a woman's ankles here and there, okay? No, SB, tomorrow when DAD drops, I expect several comments from you regarding all of this stuff because it's a fun episode. It's an episode characterized by a dumb movie that we're arguing over a really low position for, and those tend to be a lot more fun because it's less serious and it's just stupid. And
It is stupid.
McCurdy gets drunk as
I'm already drunk. I literally went to the store and I was like, okay, so she has mojitos in the movie. So I was like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go buy
Mojito.
mojito. So I ended up going to buy like the malt liquor version of mojito, which just came in Jack. So I bought a 6-pack of mojitos, which are like the little Cayman Jack bottles.
I'd never heard of Cayman Jack, and now I'm like, God, we should have reached out for them or reached out to them.
Drank
like, hey, will you
so
sponsor
much.
this episode?
I drank a lot of Cayman Jack, got really trashed on that, and
appropriately
it was fun.
so. Yeah,
it was so much fun.
Yeah. All right, McCurdy, we just
we're
hit
at
4 hours.
4 hours.
You know,
and we're not even talking at this point. We're not even talking about the books.
I don't think I think right now, if I were to read any more lines out of the book, I think that's a terrible idea.
No,
and
it
we
is.
should leave off where we I'm gonna take a screenshot of where we're at.
Cordy says, I like this. I like to save this for tomorrow, but Lee Tomore. Yeah, like we even pointed that. Like you and I both thought for some reason that the director of this movie was some Japanese or Asian actor or Asian director, and we realized
my whole life I thought he was Japanese.
I didn't realize he was a Kiwi. He was another New Zealander. And then SB says it's insane the amount of tie-in products Die Another Day had, and it did because I mean, again, it was the 40th anniversary, so there were a lot of
Delectados for 30 years. Yeah, I was watching coincidentally right before we recorded the DAD episode in March. I know it's sad to say.
It's a long time.
It's a long time ago. I was watching Sopranos at the time, and Lee Tamahori, and you keep saying Tomare, which is hilarious. Lee Tamahori, his name popped up.
Pronunciations.
Are you? His name popped up in the credits of having directed an episode of The Sopranos, and I did the double take of like, wait, what?
Yeah,
Lee Tamahori, I know that name. That motherfucker made DAD. Yeah. And that was when I first Googled him. And that was when I immediately Marco Polo'd you and Nans. And I was like, my whole life, I thought this guy was Japanese. I thought he was like, I thought they were like, let's bring in the guy who made Fast and Furious 3.
Yeah, that's kind of where our head was at for some reason.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
Yeah. No. I just think it's funny because I think when we as film fans, I just think we criticize so much about directors so much that like we tend to forget they hire people. Did you know that they hire people who know what they're doing and have done it for many years when they're making these major motion pictures? Yeah. Oh my God. Doesn't necessarily mean that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to make a shit movie or a good, like that doesn't always mean that that's going to be a good movie. That doesn't always mean it's going to be a bad movie, but they generally like to hire people who have a track record. And like, obviously this guy had a track record of making a decent movie, and it's unfortunate the movie turned out like to be shit because of a lot of factors. It's not, I wouldn't place blame completely on him. I wouldn't place blame on completely anybody in particular, but like when you come down to it, it just kind of all like, you're like, thought like it just happened that way. So it's just, and that's what I think about the Bond franchise as a whole when it comes to like, oh, this movie was garbage. I'm like, well, there's a lot of reasons why this movie particularly became garbage, whether it's
Yeah.
because the script was bad or whether the director's choices were not keen or producers couldn't get enough money to make a good movie.
Hang on. As we talk about at the beginning of the episode, it wasn't the director's fault. It wasn't the writer's fault. It wasn't the broccoli's fault. It was stupid 9/11, which coincidentally, right now, it's September 11th, 2022. So I think after over 4 hours of chatting and SB's wondering if we talk about Madonna's theme and
we
Sigmund
talk
Freud,
about Madonna's
totally
midlife
do.
crisis.
We talk about
about
a
our
lot of
midlife
Madonna
crisis.
stuff. We go on for 3 hours about a drink up. Just said that shit was an inside job. Before we get too drunk
my God,
and
I
get
hate all
shadow banned and all that, we should probably call it quits here soon. But
we should.
SP, would you say it strangely made a lot of money? It even holds the record for the highest profitable film of the series. Die Another Day was the most profitable. I know it was a box office hit. So
Yeah.
you know, but yes, QWERTY Manor is quoting me saying 9/11 stupid 9/11 ruined everything. I was tempted in the edit. I was tempted to put up a shot of Pete Davidson and like the Kardashians, but I'm not that stupid to include that. But like 9/11 even ruined the Kardashians because of Pete Davidson. Like all of that. We'll talk about that. You guys will see the episode tomorrow. But sorry it's such a long time coming. Sorry that life got in the way. And that
how dare you?
It's been since March that fucking episode has come out. But this episode's fun. It's 3 hours long. It's a good time. We get way too drunk and
we
stupid.
Do.
But
got really
we will
drunk.
do. Unfortunately, I have to get back to writing Mein Kampf.
Yeah, you should fucking write your Nazi bullshit.
And then
Jesus Christ.
And then we'll record Casino here soon, and we'll get to Craig. And then we'll get to some other franchise. But
yes, I love SP. Just can't wait for Casino Royale, April 2023.
It's like
we'll never get through this series.
We fucking love these movies so much that to spend to put these things out in a way that we did in the beginning would just be to like disservice them.
No, to answer unknown cake lover, if you're going to finish the remaining 3 books, you know what? I don't know. Here's the thing: Charlie's writing his Mein Kampf book so that he can take over.
I'll do it tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow.
He's gonna finish.
Let's come back tomorrow.
Listen,
McCurdy, let's do this tomorrow night.
I've got stuff that I've got to do. Sorry. He's finishing his shit.
He's got kids.
I am working. I have kids. And when I say I'm working, like Charlie and I, like this is something we didn't talk about. We've never really talked about that much. Charlie is like a director of commercials and bullshit. Like he edits. He edits
mostly
commercials. Mostly bullshit, but he edits like commercials that you will probably maybe see. He also directs some of this stuff. I, on the other hand, have like been a PA on television shows and things where like there's legitimate fucking actors, and so like I work on things in Atlanta. And Nans is doing his own thing with the army. I don't know what he does. He recruits. What am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying.
Nans is all about them dollar bills.
He's all about them dollar bills. Like we all are in weird things. So like that's why it takes forever. Like when we started this channel, like we were like, oh, we'll do it week by week because COVID had just finished up like that first year. And so we were like, oh, we'll have a little bit of time. And then now it's been slower and slower because we got back more into our jobs and what we actually do and the things that we're more passionate about. So that's probably why it's just taken fucking forever.
Well, but at the same on top of all of that, it was a month ago that I was like, okay, wait, I'm going to stop everything I'm doing and I'm going to get Die Another Day done. That was a month ago.
Yeah.
Now it's done. Now it's perfect. That episode is perfect.
And at least Die Another Day is a like, okay, We finished the first 20 movies. Now we're down to the Daniel Craig films, which are only 5 movies, and they're very kind of like in their own level. So I'm
A league of their own.
yes, exactly. So I'm positive in being like, okay, let's start talking about those 5 movies. That'd be great. I would love to just get to that, and then we can start going to wherever we're going after that, because we're not gonna like I know you guys love James Bond, and I like James Bond, but I like other stuff too. Like, I don't know if you know this, I'm a huge Batman fan. I'm a huge like Star Wars fan. I like all sorts of different franchises. I'm not just a James Bond fan.
And we will.
So like, I want to get into other stuff. I would love to talk about other things. So
Yep. Mission Impossible someday. Like someday we want to hit everything, but right now Bond, there's something about Bond that requires all this time, and we'll get to it once I finish Mein Kampf. Anyway, all right, Gertie, this was great.
This has been fun.
It's always fun. I'm gonna kill off this whiskey. Do you have whiskey to kill?
Right. No.
Where's the song? Wait, where's the Song of Storms?
I have nothing. And nothing to kill off.
Okay, well,
hold on. Let me put a little shot in my put a little okay. Oh shit, that's too much. I'll put a little shot in here. Wrap it up, Sticks. I want to sleep. Okay, hold on. Here's to honor. Here's to stay in honor. Here's to be an honor. And if you can't, I'm not going to finish the rest of this because it's too college for me. But anyway, I appreciate SB and Drink Up 44 for staying with us the rest of the night. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thank you for hanging out with us and just talking about the books a little bit and talking about the films and our own personal bullshit about like the films. And we love it. It's fun.
We'll finish the novels at some point. We've bastardized this episode because it was
exactly
half the novels, half us just hanging out. But that's the point of it. So,
but that's good. That's good. So I appreciate
to honor Black Man.
And you know what? You know what? Here's the thing: we should drink to the Queen because in a weird roundabout way. And here's the thing: I don't care what you think about the Queen or like. I don't know if you're British. I don't know.
She's awesome. Fuck what else you think
she in a weird roundabout way has some connection to the books and to the book and the movies. So like we should drink to her. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like it makes sense.
Drink Up 44 says always a pleasure. But look at his name. Drink Up.
Exactly.
Let's drink up.
Let's drink
to
up.
The Queen.
So let's drink to the Queen.
To the Queen.
To
Her Majesty. All right. Good night, y'all.
All right. Peace out.
Watch the episode tomorrow. Bye.
Pieces. Bye.